Cybersec, welcome on in. How are you? How was your Tuesday? I think it is Wednesday, right? It is, yes. How was your Tuesday? How's everything? We have some news. We have some questions, which is a first. I mean, not a first, but like it's been a while since people have been asking questions on Discord that we can just reply on or to when we start the stream, which is pretty cool. Gonna wait for Debshi to come in to answer said questions, but that's a good thing. It is also kind of harder-ish, not really, but like harder-ish, and I am already dying, which is not a great thing. It's just 26 degrees, but for some fucking reason, it's too hot already. So yeah, we'll see what happened today. We'll see what happened today. I have some teeny micro update things that I don't know if I like as much as I thought I would, so I kind of reverted things. And then I added some stuff regarding preview map. So far, there have been some updates that are pretty good. I still need to work on the Japanese app. Can is neglected, and I don't like that it's neglected. It needs to come back in my rotation of projects to work on, because it's a good thing, but if I don't take care of it, it's gonna become a bad thing. So I don't like it. Well, we're gonna see what I can do with that. But yeah, this is so far a good thing. Um, Other than that, I have one news that touch one person, I guess, and that person is me. So that's like kind of weird. If you know about or if you've heard of, there is an app slash software that existed that launched 6 years ago, 8 years ago. I have a bad memory of that. Which was and still is called Play. And Play used to be an app that helps you build iOS apps visually. So basically, you drop components and shit, and it's basically Figma, but at the end of the day, you get like some Swift UI code. And they shut down last year, almost with no notice whatsoever. It's just like one day we had access to it, and then they announced it and done. And so some people were just asking, what the fuck happened? Why did that just disappear? But apparently, based on the news that we had yesterday or 2 days ago, um, Apple decided to buy out Play. So they acquired the software, and we are all speculating that this is the reason why it shut down so fast. And it's just like, yeah, we like Apple being like, we like the tech, we like the thing that you have built. Let us just implement that in macOS as a base app. And if that's the case, this is an amazing thing, because it's just it's good. Let me see if I can give you um the is it made or built? Built with Play? Um, if I just look for Play, this is not working. Obviously, I cannot find it. God damn it. Um, I'm trying to find the site in question, but obviously, it's just not available anymore. Um, that thing. I found the the website, but the website is dead, and Create with Play is an Apple winner from 2025, just shut down in 2025, and now got acquired by Apple, um, which is really cool. So it used to be a thing where you had a Figma-like interface, and you could just create interfaces through a system that is basically drag and drop of, I guess, the best representation or the best similar tool is Blender. I know, but Blender has such an interesting interface where you can just press like one key, get access to a sub menu in the Canva itself, and then find the shape slash 3D rendering thing that you need to put inside of your view. This was kind of the same thing where you could very quickly find components and things and drop them directly inside of this. It used to be pretty good. A lot of people have been doing pretty good outputs overall in the content and creation of apps with that. But now, apparently we don't know, has been roughly acquired by Apple. So that's we'll see when that happens, if that happens, if we have the app built inside of macOS and iPadOS, would be pretty cool. But yeah, congrats on 45 streaks. It's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So yeah, other than that, not much. Um, I haven't seen any news that are trustworthy enough, at least not for me, to be like, okay, cool, we can work on that a bit later. Um, that is not the case. The only thing that I know we have to work on is the thing that I've been postponing for the past, I don't know, 3 weeks, maybe 4. It's not good. I need visuals, and I've just been not in the mood for visual building, and it's biting me in the ass now. That's that's basically where we stand. We are in need of things that looks like. Let's see if I can take a screenshot of this. That would be useful if it just connects. So in here, yeah. Haiti is the reference that I have for anything visuals because they are doing a very good job, but I'm basically in need of shit like this. These types of cards is the type of thing that needs to go into Perfume, into Can, into any other apps. So I'm just gonna screenshot the things that make sense. I would love to have a mascot done as well, but this is not gonna be an easy to do thing, at least not for me. These are amazing stickers to add to like any app overall, but this is kind of the vibe that I want to go for. This is not loading apparently, which is not good. And then that's the last one that I had in mind. The main reason why I don't have them is because most of these things have been done through mascots. Basically, the mascot is the reason why they are good. Anything else is trivial. Like, not much content is happening in there, so I don't see the layout being important, but there are some teeny tiny things in there that just make more sense. So we'll see what we can do with that, if we can do things with that. And yeah, that's the plan. If, and I have doubt on that, if Stony has somehow the bot thing done and working, maybe we can work on that as well, but I have doubts. So yeah, that seems pretty good. Also, taking screenshot from the iPhone mirror thing is a very bad idea. I always end up with like a half pixel here and there, and it's never exactly true to like the size of things. So I don't like this. I don't like this. But it's fine. It's fine. It is fine. So we have this as references for things. I do like the header, but I'm just not going to use that. The most important part on this is that badge right here, not necessarily the illustration, but if I just move the illustration out of that uh, screenshot, then we lose a lot of the information in the whole contents presentation. So that's just not going to be a thing. Um, but it's fine. So one of the things that I want to showcase on this one specifically, and kind of small details that make interfaces much better. Specifically here, you might notice that the shadow itself is not a black shadow, it's a blue shadow that is taking the same color as the background. The background itself has a gradient that is vertical from a darker color to a lighter color, which is the opposite of the native iOS thing. These elements that are also stickers on top of stickers on top of stickers also have some sort of a shadow that bleeds in on the pink one. So you can see that there is a bit of a gradient that looks purple to pink. That reason is because of this 70 that also have a shadow that is a central shadow instead of being a drop shadow. So that just is there for lifting from the floor, the same way that we have this one that is lifted. It has a bit of a drop shadow, but it's mostly drop shadow with a front-facing light source. So that's a good thing. Um, but yeah, this is very interesting and good to see as details. But yeah, I do like this. I don't know. You know what? I do know. I, there is a thing with the fact that this app is Chinese that allow for something that looks a lot better than any other languages because we can um, condense things. So I don't know exactly what three what is in there. It might be 3 weeks. It might be three something, but that word, even if it's weeks, is not gonna match the same as it is here because of well, characters don't match. So that's a thing that I don't like much, but yeah, nonetheless. And they're also combining different shadow type, which is interesting. Um, so their stickers things here, these three are getting the sharp shadow, and then this one is getting a drops like smooth shadow. So that's an also pretty interesting system. Um, I don't know why they've done that, but they did that, and it's fine. You know, things happened. Other than that, everything is pretty clean. This one feels the most empty, but it kind of works. It feels like they added the arrows for the sake of well, we needed to fill that space here, and we didn't want to put like stars on both sides. So, you know, remove that here. Um, I would have something else. But nonetheless, the main point here for me is to figure out exactly what I can do in order to create something that is similar in the upgrade CTA. I guess I'm gonna call that like this. And I want some stickers and I want some other things, so I'm just gonna do that. Some of the stuff that needs to happen in there though is going to be probably going to have some background effects. I'm going to check the community as always to see if they have like some interesting artifact. Like backgrounds could give us something that is interesting that we can start with. I like these with the mesh gradients that we had. Gradient texture is going to be an option as well. I do like this. It's an interesting thing. Lone Traveler, hi, what going? How are you? How's the day going? This is mostly for the title of today's stream is mostly for Dapshi. I do have tokens. I still have tokens. Um, so shit like this could be a thing. Could be a thing in order to get like an interesting effect. I feel like for perfume, something that is gold is gonna be much better. Um, but I don't want it to be like too complex on its own. Um, because it's just like not gonna be as good if it's too complex and if I can't really recreate it within Swift UI. That's the other thing. I mean, I can always have just the fucking PNG, you know, like that's there's no issue with just taking a PNG, but still, it would be good to get something that is a bit different, why not? Um, yeah, it's like, mm. I guess the main issue that I have with clothes specifically is the way that we don't really have a proper way to know exactly how things are going to cost before the thing happens. And it's just like, it's just so bad because it should be it should be easier. You should be able to guesstimate. My God, this is fat. You should be able to guesstimate like how much you're gonna have to pay when you like when things end up being in a very specific uh result, I guess. Result is gonna be okay. Um but this is just like not working. So I don't know. I don't like the token system that we currently are playing with on most of the apps. It just feels wrong. So we'll see if something happens that makes things better, but I doubt. I doubt. So here, if I move this to black-ish and then take my noise texture, put that back on top of everything, might help. This is kind of strong. Let's lock that layer. Um, you know, I don't know if this makes sense. I feel like this is gonna be too strong. Um, Too strong of a background for whatever it is. So I feel like maybe getting into my asset section and taking either my coins as a base or one of the materials that we have could be something based on what we have as a goal. So if I just like drop that there, oh, that's gonna be dropped in here. I don't want this. I want. Okay. Instead, it's gonna be fine. Yeah. I mean, if you burn through all of your resources in about a day, that's not great. That's not great for the business. That's not great for anything, really. It's just like it's fine. I get it. You have access to the resources and therefore things are like going fast, but it costs a ton of money for the whole company and therefore you want to avoid that. So it's a weird system, but yeah. Um, this is not great. This isn't this isn't as good as it needs to be. Um, we're gonna need a bit more saturation on this to make it more acceptable. Maybe a bit more coppery. That brown is a bit too dark in that environment. It's a bit better. Still not good, but a bit better. Um, you know what it is? It feels cheap. It's gonna feel very cheap if we do that, which is not great. Um, we could use a blue as a base because again, the main app can is gonna be gray for most of the things, but because I'm also thinking about perfume that is using somehow a color that adapts to the user's current perfume, and it's also going to adapt to the user collection. Based on what we have seen so far, we are getting into the brown very fast because of, I mean, specifically on my end, I'm getting into the brown very fast. So I could go into brown for that highlighted thing, which is basically what I did here. I use like a tan slash leather color for the highlights of this is the thing that you can buy right here. But it doesn't feel right. And therefore, I don't know exactly if this is gonna make sense, which, by the way, small addition of the thing that I have changed yesterday is that section. I added the last three perfumes that have been worn in the previous month as a wrap. So it's just like stacked together the last 3 days recorded. So that's an interesting thing. And then I kind of changed this section of the wraps to have like proper interesting background full effect in the cards themselves, and then as well as the stickers slash badge next to the thing. So that's I don't mind it. I think it's fine. Um, I still think that my wraps are not good enough. Um, like something is missing in here to make the wrap like such a more interesting thing, like the Spotify wraps. But yeah. Also, this is wrong. I forgot to change this. I need to update that. I need to update that. But we changed the background colors for the sections, which is pretty good. Feels hi, we're calling 50 streams. God dang. 45 for Cybersect, 50 for you. It's crazy. It's crazy. Everyone is stream streaking today. How's everything? The main question that I have for you is how's Yolka going? Is it going? Do you market it? Do you talk about it to other people and so on? I have questions. So that has been added, and now the sales are taking the main color of the perfume that you have worn on that day, which is pretty cool. And yeah, this H1 2026 feels like it's a mistake. um, I mean, it's first half, like it's half one, but it feels weird. It feels very dev related, so I might have to change that in what we want to display, explain, and so on. Nonetheless, That view is pretty cool. I think it's broken right now. The background is not supposed to be that dark, and I think it's just like a rendering issue with the iPhone mirroring. I feel like that's the case. But looking at it like this is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Um, I see. Um, you're not at home? Oh my God. Oh my God. That happens. Also, this is so wild. My Android phone, which is displaying the chat, is absolutely glitching the eyes emote, and it's combining it with Cybersect cats emote from above. That's a weird system. It's glitching so hard. Anyways, anyways, so yeah, so this is an interesting system that is absolutely broken. I will need to fix that. But nonetheless, these are the updates that I have made here, and the thing that I'm working on, supposed to be working on, is the content that needs to be here. Basically, we already have a bit of a gold E rendering, which I don't like. I feel like it's again the kind of cheap. The stars in the background helps in making the things kind of stand out, but not necessarily like making it good. And my main issue is the background itself, because right here we end up with things that are not like necessarily good. So I wish I could still like open the traders here, or do other things, but that's not an option. So that's what I'm trying to work on. It's not great. This is really bad. So yeah, that's uh that's the thing. I do like that format. I feel like it could be a thing to have like perfume extract as the title and then get everything whatever, and then the button underneath could be an option. And just with having this as a true high level thing could work. I don't think I have a file for that. Yeah, I don't. I do have it here. I see. So it's probably in there. I've done like everything related to it in every other files, and I have never reorganized shit as I should have. So we end up with stuff like this. If I used one of the papers that we already have as the background, this could become something interesting. I feel like using my black paper is probably going to be the best option because of premium feel. Let's see if we have it in that computer or if it's in something else. I think it's on this computer, but I don't know. It's been a bit. It's been a bit. Is it this one? It is. This is massive. I know, it's a big one. It's a big one. Um, so if I just do that, put that at 24, remove this, we have that effect there, which I think is pretty cool. It gives us like a bit of a star thing. Obviously, it looks like shit, but don't worry about it. Um, the official text that I have, I should just open. You know what? I'm gonna do that. Um, it's gonna be easier for everyone, including myself. So let's just open the file directly. Directly. It's gonna break though. Just be aware of that. So that is my premium CTA card right there. That every time we restart Xcode, shit is broken. So if we have this and we say that we have um we say that we have this, I'm gonna use instrument because absolutely no one is using that font now, you know, like it's an I am kidding. I think SF serif is the one that we have, but I don't know which one. I don't even know if we have the serif variation of the San Francisco font. I don't think we do. I don't think we do. Which is fine, but you know. So this probably 20. Probably 20. If I can type properly, that would be good. I'm really bad at this. Unlock everything. Yes, yes, that's the name. That's what we have today. We have two different things for the titles, but either it's a big title that will wrap in 2 lines and then a button, which is fine. The ID right here, at least for me, is to get the upgrade to extract button. To be somewhere around here with a rendering that is, let's do 14 for this. Let's make sure, I mean, also right now, I don't know if I have the right sizing for things, so that's going to be pretty bad. And what I kind of want to have here is roughly a 12. 12 is going to be too much. Roughly a 10. Let's add an effect. That effect is going to be glass. And then that glass is going to get fully rounded. Keep it there. We won't see most of the details anyways, so debatable. We really want to have that. That it could work if we have like a nice illustration. So the inspiration for this is here, obviously. But it's just wrong. By not much, but it's just wrong. And it's mostly wrong because of the text sizes in there. And the effect that goes to it. So it feels like I should go into SF rounded instead to keep the content as it is for the rest of the app. and then maybe a bit of that. Dapshi, hi. I was waiting for you. How are you? Um, well, you better do them. That's it. You know, you signed the contract. That's on you. Yeah. I guess if we move to uh app icon is probably gonna be where we have the drop, if I remember correctly. I'm also trying to like reuse most of the images that I know we already have in the code, even though I think I shouldn't. I should probably not just do that, but it feels like it's an option and it's gonna be the option. So, you know. So that's my blur, initial blur that has like remove the effect, and then from the main, Chipulix, welcome on in. If there is a prefume, does that imply the existence of a postfume? Kinda, not necessarily here, based on the fact that this is perfume as in preference perfume combined together. So it's just the F is the common letter. So it's preference, but I don't know what the opposite of a preference would be. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know. This is disgusting. I know. I know. Also, a blur of 100 is such a crazy thing to do, so I'm probably gonna just dumb it down, going back to like 32-ish. So it just is there shining a bit. The more I think of it, obviously, the more I think of it, the more I'm like, this is the best use case for I should do that, by the way, for radio fun shaders. Like I should just steal his shit. Not gonna lie, this would go hard. Shit like this, if I just had the ability to get some bitch ass shaders within the shape in question, we would end up with something that is really good. Or shit like this, like inside of the shape. And it is an easy-ish thing to do because they basically just have the shader in the background and then a liquid glass element that is just on top of. So it's feasible. I've done it, kind of. I've done something similar when it comes to the color test section. I don't know if I kept it, but my drop fill is currently like not using the glass in property, but if I just did that, I could have it as an overlapping element on top of said image again, and said image could have a shader on top of it. So I don't know. I don't know. I might. experiment on that, but that would go hard for sure. Like no questions. It would be great. But for now, I yeah. So this is one of the options. I'm obviously more likely to use the regular one that we were in terms of the font, the same thing. So it kind of is, yeah. It is a golden goose egg. It's mostly like a mineral oil things kind of output. Because extract, like perfume extract, is very much that. It's a very goldy liquid for most perfumes. So yeah, but it is similar, yes. But also it looks like shit here. That's kind of bad. Um, that's kind of not good. But it does look the same. I would need some more like this. Um, on top to make it like more shiny. Which is not gonna happen. Not an option. But then again, this is a shape that just blurs the content in a way that makes sense. So this is one option. I don't necessarily like this, but it's one option. I feel like getting some sort of a sticker could be a very good a very good thing. Um, and if we used shit like I don't know if I have them here. Um, yeah, that's why the liquid glass rendering within SwiftUI might be the best option, just because it's gonna be easier to do in code than it is out of code. Um, at least for me. Like the why am I doing this way? That makes no sense. Like right here, if I just get this to be um not this, but to be glass instead, and then from that translucent things where I'm just gonna get this as a linear gradient that goes from uh, you know what? Let's keep the yellow at the top, and let's do some orange at the bottom. Maybe fiery type could be an option. Brighter here, brighter there, and then that's gonna break. It didn't break. Impressive. Something like this. From there, if I add like a lot more splay and transformation for the content and the depth being like way higher and refraction being there, then I could very easily um, just get somehow the effect that I want to have by having um, a more like interesting drop type of situation with all of the glass effect on top. So from there we can just like play with it. Frost. Dispersion is fine. The depth is just gonna give us these highlight on the sides. And then we want like more refraction or less refraction for sure. and then here, staying there at 40% so that the highlight is not as much. But that's the type of shit that you could achieve by simply having like multiple sub droplets. You know, it could, specifically if it's animated and it's masked properly, you can have like a very cool system. But it's just gonna be like kind of complicated to get the content to be proper. And then if we remove the frost, or we get a frost at like 1 or 2, we can kind of have that lava lamp effect that is pretty interesting. Boy, like all of the particles in the background needs to kind of move up while that's happening. So that's again, this is something that's going to be way easier to do in code directly, just because I don't need to think about it too much. It's just yeah, we just have like one shape that is using glass, and then there is another shape behind it that has some sort of a shader to it that will create these effects automatically. And so that's like particle emitter and so on. So it's not impossible, but it's just like, do I need to spend time on that? I don't know. I don't know. But like playing with this makes sense. Nonetheless, before I continue on that, we need to go over what Dapshi has sent and answer the questions that we have. So, we have the component layout is not important at the moment. This card is shown after finishing each session. The cards templates are stored or sorted and shown depending on if weekly goal have been achieved. Default is a minimal session completed, or the minimal version of the session is completed. Detail session is completed, and then if there is a PR happening in that specific training session, whatever. So it's interesting, but then the question being like, what is the most important thing people like that people want to share is, to me, is either personal record, achievement, which is not necessarily a personal record, but it could be something that is like, I've been doing this consistently for X amount of time, so that's a bit of a different thing. And then the most important thing is, look at me, I went to the gym. And that's usually what's going to happen. Like the Strava, and the only reason why Strava works is because you want to feel good on your friend groups. You are the only one that runs, and therefore when you share your Strava run, you're like, look at me, I'm better than you type of situation. And that's why they share most of the times. But then from time to time, you end up with the look at me, I'm better than you, but also I achieved something that I had never achieved before. So that's like personal achievement, which is not necessarily, again, not necessarily the same as a PR. Like personal record might be, I've done these laps if I'm running Strava. I've done these laps in like an hour in general, and today I did the same length, the same distance in 40 minutes, meaning that my pace was so much higher. And therefore this is like a PR. But if it's just today, instead of staying for 1 hour, I did 2 hours of cardio, that's a personal achievement, not necessarily the best performance, but at least personal achievement of it's better than usual. That's the thing. So that's the three thing. The I'm better than you going to be the best regular thing, and most people are just vain, and specifically the people that go to the gym and take pictures in the gym. That's the point. Like, look at my muscles. So we don't really care. It's just they're gonna share a picture anyways. If the interface and the setup is easy enough, it would be good. So that's the for me, that's the thing for point one. Um, you said since we don't know what the image background will have, some stickers won't be visibles. And in order to achieve this, there is a set of stickers that you can have that will behave um, depending on colors of the background, or you could simply have a background to your stickers. So some of the thing that we have done and some of the thing that I showcased a second ago um, is basically this, where I have stickers that just have a background effect because it makes more sense. Like this orange on also there is your face right next to your wrap. This is a interesting placement in between the two. Anyways, uh the the orange version of that sticker is not readable on light mode, not as much at least. And therefore, in order to ensure that I will always have the thing visible and highlighted, I made sure to have the sticker effect and the shadows and the other colors that goes with it. So that's a thing that is in there and kind of works. Same for this one. Made sure that it was just like properly set up in the thing. But yeah, other than that, that's about it. You can do something that is inverted, but I would highly recommend you to just get somehow uh, a contrast ratio checker function that's just ensure that your image global lightness is X amount and your text being white is not going to work. Therefore, we flip it to black. That's the as the easiest of thing. Like if image dominant thing is dark mode, then you use white. If it's light mode, then you use black on top. But then again, this is people that are sharing images and they will do everything in their power to make sure that they look good and that the image that they're sharing looks good. So the minimalism that you have in the presets here are pretty good. It might just be contrast checkers or inverted. So when I'm talking about inverted, um, I mean, I mean inverted. So it's just like if I have that text and I make sure to have, let's put it in black so that it's not as uh, accessible on its own. Like it's fine, but it's not the best option. Like white might be better. Guraf, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's you been? How's the day going? If we go into a bit of a difference, interesting. Um, I'm on top of stuff. That's the reason. But there is like an exclusion or another set of options that I absolutely forgot. I think white is going to be fine. That does this, which is not great. You know, it's not great, but it ensures that the text is always going to be visible on top of content. So like you can see that right here, for example, it's fine. It kind of takes the inverted version of the stars slash speckle of dust on that element, and it ensures that it's readable. But yeah, it kind of does. It kind of does. Let me get it gives you that effect that a lot of gym stuff are using, to be honest. It basically makes it negative And I mean, obviously, this is working because it's big text. At the size at which you have things, it could work. Obviously, again, this is such a regular image that doesn't really have like the contrast and the thing. Let's not use this one. I was about let's use this. It potentially works. Like if you have your setup there, like you have the opposite, it's fine. It's not great. Again, not gonna lie about this. It's not great, but it kind of works. It kind of works. So yeah, and then the last question is how to solve the things we choose in number one and number two images. And so um, I think you need to have the user place stuff manually in order to not cover the things. I think the default can cover shit, and then the user can move things around. That's the thing. But then this, I disagree. So, your point one, like if weekly goal isn't achieved yet, the number one wouldn't be shown. I agree with that. But your point four, or your first point before that, of if no records was broken on that session, then four won't be shown. And I don't think this makes sense. Again, if I had a PR at bench pressing 100 kilos one day, once in my life, and the app has recorded it, this is a sticker that I will spam every time because benching 225, which is the US variation of 100 kilos, if I'm not mistaken, is such a common thing that people are saying and spamming and reminding you that they do that. So if you have not like broken any records, PRs that you have, you will still brag about it. As someone that goes to the gym, like you will still brag about it. That there is no question about it. So I would allow people to in the photo editor to have the ability to get the stickers and the thing that is related to any PRs that they have, and their personal best is 1 kilo for the first session. Like there is no precedent, so you don't know. And if they log something of I lifted dumbbells of 1 kilos, that is their PRs. That's their records. On record, that is the record that they have. So they need to have a sticker that adapts to this. If it's like, again, I really think that you can have a cool output with a stickers effect, but yeah, nonetheless, this is good. I kind of like the fact that you're using an illustration instead of a picture right there. So that's a cool thing. However, if you think of, I think I saved one of them. Let me just check that for 1 second. I may have. Did I save that as a favorite or did I save that as a something else? Yeah. Again, unrelated, related perfume that are wearing people that are wearing perfume, not perfume that are wearing people, are using images to showcase things. And so it's going to be different from perfume to perfume, but they are doing a presentation, at least these ones have a template that works for them. And so obviously there are things that are just moving around, but like the top section with the images is always the same template. Like that doesn't change. The only thing that really changed is the bottle image in question, which is something that I do have, which is pretty cool. But they also have like that effect on the corner, which I think they like. And then I wish I had one of, that's the wrong button. I wish I had um one from another creator that is doing some very, I wish I had their name again. That's the usual thing. Um, they are doing some very interesting presentation of the perfume that they wore for that specific week, I guess. And so they do weekly recap, and that is pretty interesting to see, like, uh, how they present it, I guess. But obviously, I'm looking for that. I'm not gonna find anything because I'm looking for it. So, of course, God damn it. um, maybe if I do that, that's not it. That's not gonna be it. Nope, that's not it. Yeah. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. Um, it's the same shit. I can't find it. Maybe it's always the same shit. It's always the same shit. When I'm looking for something, I just can't find the thing. The main point being, people are doing things that are either repetitive because they have a template, or they are following some sort of a one-shot situation, and in the images that they are going to share, you want them to have as much flexibility as possible. So that's basically the point that I want to have. Um, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Um, I would switch some of the things that you currently have. So your done button is, and I know that you said that the layout is not done yet and so on, but like nonetheless, so that you know, the done button and the close button are basically the same thing. So you can remove that so that your main action is the share discard, and if people are done with it, they can just close the section. So that's the first thing that I would say. Change that because it's an easy fix. The use my photo is something that I'm unsure about based on, again, Strava as a reference. If I remember correctly, and I think it's the same thing on the Nike app, if you say share a picture or share your progress or share something, it opens an interface that already has the camera that is open here. So it's the same thing as if you were to post something. So you enter in an interface that is taking a picture, and then once the picture is taken, the interface is the same, but then the user can have stickers and other stuff that they add manually to the story, the page, the whatever. Um, so that's a thing that I would do instead, and it's the I don't think I can do that. Maybe I can do that. God damn it. God damn it. Let's see if it works. I doubt it. I doubt it. It is interesting. This is not what I was expecting to see, though. Yeah. Mm. Mm. That's absolutely broken. Um, so here, if I'm not mistaken, um, if I go on TikTok and I just press start, if I just press start, I get into that interface, which is picture based. And then if I say take a picture, I can then press take a picture. Not the greatest picture of my face, but it happens. But I now have all of the interface that needs to happen right there to add the stickers that I would like to have on that. Like that would be the option that I have, and I can play with things. But I have the picture interface right away. That's basically what I'm saying. It's just it would be so much easier for people to just arrive on that section um, of the app with sharing pictures and just be in the sharing picture moments rather than use my photo. That's the first point. And then from that, um, in the shit, that's the thing that I wanted to showcase. God damn it, let me reopen this thing. That's my bad. um, from from here, same system, same ID. From here, if I'm on photos, which is like right there, I can say I want to get in photos to check my own photos. Like I want to select one of my own photos as a base. I don't need to take a picture here. So that for me is the type of thing that I would have instead of having what you currently. That thing is that thing is so broken. That thing is so broken. Oh my god. um the the main thing is, at least for me, is just it's easier to make sure that the user is in an environment that makes sense to them based on what they are already uh, aware of or used to. So any other apps that provides the ability to post pictures of yourself is gonna be like Instagram pictures, like creating a new post and so on, goes directly into the camera app or camera snapping experience of the app with the ability to add a picture from your camera roll if you already have one. But yeah, that's the thing that I would say. So for me here, I would simplify this entire thing. I know you don't care about the layout just yet. Um, but for this, your question being how can we ensure that the widgets and templates do not cover the person in question? You need, again, to let the user then move the templates around, and you can guesstimate a safe zone where people are not gonna like have any of the stickers slash widgets that you already have. So anything in the center for me is probably going to be something um like let's say that this is your image size thingy, the thing that you have in the center. I would say roughly here, like roughly in that department, probably more at the top than at the bottom, is going to be a safe zone for everything else, but anything in the center is going to be kind of please avoid, because usually subject is going to be somewhere around here. You can't really know before that the person take the pictures that, you know, it's they are here. Maybe the subject is going to be here on that picture specifically, but because you allow for manual placement later, then it's fine. Like your template is gonna basically say anything that is like here, that lower third is the position that we have for 90% of the stuff. And we can go as to like as high as half, but half feels like a bit of a mistake. So if you ensure that you are in the lower third for the placement of your base widgets and templates stuff, then you're gonna be good. But then again, this is gonna be very complicated for me to show you that. Um, gym pics, if I can find some. Damn. Um, that is such a crazy ad. With that pink and that water, it feels like it's something else, and it's coming from nothing. So just the tip means that these are the tips of the newest earbuds that they are doing. But I've seen some sex toys that looks the same and that have the same color, so and that end up with the same liquid on them. So it wild. Um, I'm gonna use this one. Gym pick. Again, probability of placement. The center part, the halo that I just showcased, is roughly in that upper-ish region. But that means that for you, in order to have like your base widgets, stickers, things, you're gonna have like the lower third to be okay. And then again, with your charts, with like what has been trained and so on, this is something that they would potentially pinch and zoom and put somewhere else. So that's like one of them. Let's see if we have like another one that is uh, a bit of a different thing. But obviously, as always, I'm just yeah. If you end up with this, then you're not centered. But if you still like get into lower third, you kind of cover the ass, which is not necessarily the point. But if you let the user move things after the fact, they would probably move the widget that you have here at the top, and then maybe have the chart somewhere around here. On this one, it's kind of the same thing. Like it's in the center top region, not too high, but still there. And this is like a back pick, so it makes sense. It's not necessarily just ass. Um, I know I have others that is too much ass to show. But same here. Like you can tell that the region is here. Like that's the region in which you have subjects 90% of the time, and then the widgets can be placed wherever the fuck you want them to be placed. But if you let the user take the picture anyways, and while you are in the take the picture interface, you can provide a bit of an overlay of what the like what the widgets are, or where the widgets are going to be placed, if you don't allow for replacement or repositioning of said widgets. But yeah, I know who has uh, the picture in question that I have in mind, but this is not gonna be an option for Twitch. Not gonna lie, not an option. Like this one, which you can't see for many reasons. Yeah, it's the thing. Um, yeah, you need to allow movements. I think for me that's a given because most of the other apps at least give you pinch and zoom on widgets and repositioning on anything. Um, and then placeholder are always going to be in the exact same spot, so you don't care about it. But it's just make sure that your placeholders are ending up in the correct position. So right here, these ones are okay. That session is not necessarily good. So I would move everything down and I would probably have the chat GMD on top and then session A just under that, and then the data at the bottom near the feet, because that would make more sense, at least. Then in the center, at least for me. Um, but yeah. Um, and then just directly share. Yes. Would you prefer directly into photo editors or other buttons to edit after they upload pic? So again, what I said earlier is still valid. Still the point. If I start with the interface for taking a picture being my camera, and on the bottom right corner or left corner, I have a square that is my gallery, and then on clicking on it, it gives me what pictures I already have taken. The interface doesn't change. Like it's just I select the pic, it uploads it, and it's good. Or I snap one of the pictures, and then instead of still being inside of the take a picture interface, I'm in the same interface, but I can just have my widgets and things and stickers presented. But it's the exact same interface. So for me, it is a one-time kind of thing that would help a ton, which is, I know I did that. Did I do that in the here? No. Did I do that? In the ASO, maybe? It's not. I forgot where I did the thing, but I did the thing. I did the thing here. I not did the thing here. God damn it. If only I was organized on this one, it would have helped. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that this would have helped? Um, Also, what file could I've worked on for this? It doesn't really matter, to be honest. It does not matter whatsoever. All we want is just like ensuring that when people start taking a picture, they end up in the taking a picture interface, and that's it. So, yeah. Do I have them here? I know I took screenshots that I shared with myself at some point, but apparently they are not here either. So yeah, I would 100% just get the the research sample that needs to be researched so that you can check like every gym influencer that you have in your um, on your feed, if you have a feed of gym influencers and so on, and see exactly how things look. Like what are the placements? Is it still good? Like, do we still have um, that center mid-ish top situation where everything is just like roughly centered, like right here, which I know is pixelated, but like I guess this is a full body shot, but the shoes are not necessarily the most important thing. I mean, I would argue, but still, and it would be fine. Like it's location of the interest is roughly in the center, so that's your placement for your widgets is going to be pretty good if you put it in the lower thirds. But yeah, I still so limit that, make sure that it takes as much space as it can. Remove the done button at the bottom because it makes absolutely no sense for me. Ensuring that you already are in the take a picture and use one of my existing pictures situation means that you can remove these two buttons. And then save to my photo is something that is necessary, which I would place probably under the share discard. But yeah, the thing is, um, a bit of an unrelated thing. If I go into my share, that's a can. If I go into my shareable view on Perfume specifically, you would have this thing, and the export is like almost instant. It's just either you go with one of the social medias, but it's not like it's mostly on DMs, or you just save the image to your camera roll, and that's it. Like it's just like, okay, I clicked on it, it's saved, it's now um in my photo album right there. I have it. So the fact that it says save to photo is a bit of a waste in terms of features because it's like it will save to photo because you almost only have the save to photo option. So that's I see. That's a bit of a different thing, at least for me. Um, save to my photos. I guess you are saying that save to my photos is save as my own photo on the app. I don't think you should have the ability to not save on the app. Like it feels wrong in a way. But maybe this is just me. I don't know. I don't know. I see. But yeah, no, nonetheless, if it's just saved to the app, I feel like it should just save to the app, like regardless of the user choice. Um, I wouldn't mind if taking a progress picture in the app was saved automatically, and then if I didn't want to have that picture specifically saved, uh, I just go in my picture gallery in the app and delete it. Like I don't think this is too much work, so I would rather you give me no option and reduce the amount of bloats that is around here to just end up with what is needed, meaning share this card, and then the done button that is at the top. And that interface is just like the regular TikTok interface, Instagram interface that people know. And that just would make more sense, I guess. I don't know if I can do that. I'm gonna attempt something. Yeah, like if it's a reel, it's probably gonna be a record type of situation, which is this. So that's the interface that you want to have. Kinda. That's basically the interface that we want. Which right now, I wish I could just take a screenshot of this. That would be amazing. Can I do that? Can I just screenshot the fucking thing as a... I can't. Oh my god. Oh my god. The white icons that are here, there is a bit of a shadow behind them, which is not the best option, but there is a bit of a shadow behind them. Let me show you. Let me show you what I mean. Right now, I'm looking at my lights, and there is like just welcome back home. Let me just take a screenshot of that so that you have the thing in question. Oh, that's my desk. Oh my god, so much noise. The elements that are white just have like a slightest amount of shadows that helps in terms of visibility. So if I'm here and I go into that, this is not going to be good. I'm going to say that. Like, you can kind of see it. Also, it's so blurry. That's crazy. But yeah, there is a bit of a shadow behind every single element, and that is what makes it good. Right now, this is not as gray as it is because this is my light, so it's like pure white. So on my screen, it looked like way less of a mistake. But also, it's interesting that it took the screenshot button thing in the screenshot. Anyways, so I'm just gonna redo that because it makes sense. This, I guess it's 3 points. That's crazy. This is basically white, and in order to not be like standing out or not standing out on top of a white thing, which is what you currently have, the only thing that they do, they just add a drop shadow, and that drop shadow is showing behind the element. It has no Y amount, and it has somewhere along the line of 16 to 12 of the drops, and that's just how it is, and it's enough of a highlight to be considered and recognized as, oh yeah, I get that, I understand, I see how it works, and so on. That's it. The reality is your pure white background or pure white elements are like never going to be pure white. And because you are in the camera environment, you always have something else that is coming in. So if I just go back there because it's working, it does the job for what we want to showcase today, which is pretty good. So that's a good thing to have. Let me delete that and go back here. So if I'm here and I'm just looking at shit, I always have like something that is not white next to it. And so even though it's not as good when it comes to the the readability of these icons on the side, if I move to something else, it like even here, the AA at the top, which is like just above the not a dev section, it's not as readable, but it's also because it's moving all the time, it doesn't really matter. So if I'm taking a picture of something there, it's just it's just gonna be good. Also, for the people that loves cable management, just you need to cry now. So that's the for me, that's the thing. It's just it's gonna be fine. It's gonna work. It's not the best option, but it's almost the only option that you have in order to get um, icons like this to show up. And it's just that. And you can make the shadow a bit like stronger if you wanted to. If you really want to have this thing to be like standing out or at least being visible, you can ensure that that shadow is at least at like 40 to 60% in black. 60% is very strong, but it ensures that everything is going to be there. You can also stickerize your elements. So instead of doing this, you could have it with um, basically a container. So it's just going to have a sticker around it. So if I just do that by making sure that we have this one in pure white, let's change this to, let's do 10 for the sake of right now. Let's do pure white as one here, and then the one that is on top, you make it like so, and this has no effect, and this one that is in the background may have no effect as well. So that right here, it will look as if it's fine, but as soon as you have a darker background the dark background, it's still gonna be showing up. So that's another option that you have to just like not have to get that shadow transition thing, but it works as well. So whatever. Both are fine. Both are fine. You'd even do that if you wanted to. But I do think that following the Instagram slash TikTok slash Snapchat common practices is going to be the best option for you, just because it's what people are expecting. So yeah, do that. Do that. Other than that, the rest is fine. I would need to have like a lot more information and a lot more details on what are the widgets slash stickers that you already have, um, in order to make sure that they work with everything. But yeah, again, just duplicating what the existing platforms have done is a good thing. Um, it provides a lot of easy thing to do and just follow through. Did I do that here? I may have. I don't think I've done that somewhere else. But yeah, it's not in there. That's that's what it is. By the way, I'm looking and I've been looking for my recreation of the TikTok slash Instagram interface because I've done it. Because I kind of needed it for me. And I don't know in which file I put it. So it's somewhere, but that's all I know. It's just, it's somewhere on something. I doubt that I've done that here. That would make no sense. It would make no sense to use the client file to work on it. Yeah. It's not there. It's not there either. Being on the can file makes the most sense for me. It's just, it's where I work for most of the stuff, but apparently not for that. And that's wild. Yeah. Otherwise, I work on Phil's file, and still, it's not in there. I don't have a clue where I put this thing. That is the most lost content that I have. It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, we can take the TikTok UI as a base, but it's not the one that I'm looking for. But that file is also something that you can use. It's in the official resources, and yeah, like it's very simple. This is the old interface, by the way, but it works as well. It would work as well. Same ability, same things. Anyways, yeah. I think that answers most of your questions, if not all of your questions. Unless you have anything else, we can move on to something else. But yeah, um, I think that's the easiest thing. It's just like one of the things that you could do, not ideal, but could do, um, if I remember correctly, and that's it's a bit of a weird thing because I don't remember much, but if I remember correctly, on iOS and on Android as well, you have the ability to extract subject positioning awareness from the picture, where basically the data that is extracted when a picture is taken contain things like where the subject is, what the subject is, and all of the metadata and the like basically easy or making things easier for people that are visually impaired is stored on device somewhere, and you could use that to say place the widgets outside of the subject element. Um, but yeah, and for going back to that last message, it goes back to your first questions of what is the most important thing, which again, I went to the gym. Look at me. This is me in the gym. That's gonna be number one. So no widgets whatsoever. Um, I went to the gym. Look at me. I went to the gym and I did good. That's achievements. And so this is like some of the metrics. Probably some of the thing that you already have, which is like the time is good, and depending on how you want to present them and like the design of it is fine. The rest is just like additional widgets, so I wouldn't even bother. And again, I we use Strava as the reference because it makes sense. Um, but like that's the thing, right? They just have okay, I run from X amount of distance. That's my time, and that's the total length or total time that I've been doing. That's it. Nothing else. And then there is like the wild people that are creating shit like this, but most regular people are just going to do that. So for you, I think if it's a gym session, I want the length, the duration of the session. I want the total amount of weight. Like if I lifted, I don't know, 2 tons in total and cumulative amount, then that would be the thing. If I don't know, and if I broke a PR, which is like your number 4 thing, um, then it would be in there. But it again, like it doesn't really matter. It's just sending pictures is vanity metrics anyways. So it's just like, here is what I've done today that you haven't done. Like I went to the gym, and yeah, when you look at all of them, all of their presentation is very, very simple, and you can again very much see how they basically have resizing, positioning, and all of that is manual, so that the picture that they have taken is what makes it good. Like they took a good picture, then they placed the distance, they placed the elevation, they place the track. But the picture, if there was nothing on it, would still be good, because the person that is taking these types of picture is just like, oh, look at me, I'm cycling. So yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good. You just need like almost no stickers, no widgets, nothing in the default, just the bare metrics that you already have right there, which I think are good, and then let user do it their thing. Make sure that um did I save it? I may have. Make sure that the picture in question contains the logo and the name, because I've seen so many people just have the name but not the logo, and then people don't know what the logo is supposed to look like, and they end up with things that are just like not adapted or not the same. Can I find this thing? I'm gonna say no preemptively. I have a feeling that it's yeah, I can't find it. God damn it. We talked about it before. I think I sent the I sent you the app, so it might be on Discord somewhere, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Um, but yeah, it is like some very similar gym app, but it's gym only. So that's the thing. The having the name on it is helping. Um, and on top of that, you could also make it a feature in the paid tier that if people are actually paying for the paid tier, the premium tier, they can remove the logo from their shared images. Not that it matters or make a big difference, but just could have like somehow something that just is an incentive that people would have. So might. But yeah, like this one is the same thing. I saved it because the effects are good, and then the styling is interesting as well. Um, but mostly the drag effect is what is good about it. But yeah, like all of that is such an interesting system for the presentation that I think people will play with it more than they use the feature of sharing what they have done just by from there you can then change the font, you can then change the styles, the effects, the animations. This is a good thing, but they've been doing like a ton of very similar thing, and it's if I remember correctly, they have done other apps that have like very similar behaviors slash interactions animations. So yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine. I think this one is inspired by one app that we talked about 3 months ago, I think. I think 3 months ago. Um, I don't know if we have it here though. I mean, technically, I think we don't, but we never know. It's the mini calorie tracking app that is made by one of the Chinese. I think it's this one. Yeah. This one having like that effect around the elements when you are highlighting something is basically the same ID, the same illustration types. And what they have here, like with the selection of the border for stuff, this is basically the interface that I would envision for you in the simplicity of it. Like specifically at the beginning, like you have the capture of the image as an option, and then you can do whatever with like reordering, replacing, resizing, and so on. So that's to me, that section is the important part. Bitch, that section right there. Like you need to let your users do things, otherwise, what's the point? Um, but yeah. Anywho, anywho, um, this one is cool though. Okay. That's all I have for you on this one. I think. I think. Did you work on the stickers and the thing that needs to be like updated slash edited slash created in all of that? Because I feel like this is gonna be not the most important part, but almost the most important part. You need your stickers to stand out enough so that people will use them. But it's also it needs to not be too much work for you as the creator. Otherwise, you're just gonna waste too much time. So that's the thing. That's the thing. Anyways, um, Yeah, you do need to release something, yes. That is that is true. That is true. Get rid of that. Get these together. Get that to be a mask. Right there. We don't need the fucking... We don't need anything about this, to be honest. That's my image thing that I can then do this. I feel like if I just had some blobs be like this, like things sliding through masked with would be such a neat effect. I just don't think, and that's the sad part, I just don't think I have that level of control in the code. AKA what Figma is providing in the glass effect with the amount of refraction, with all of the thing that we can play with, is not necessarily something that I can have. And I should. I wish I could. So I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy with that as always. It depends on you. At the end of the day, it's always the same thing. It's just like, does it make sense for you to have some people's name in it? And, you know, maybe not. But yeah, if you want to put my name on it, appreciate it. There's too much frost. That's the thing. Yeah. I'm becoming an exposure designer. God damn it. Let me see. Let me see. All of that. Let's add an animation. That pissed me off, by the way. That's such a waste of time. Because I have all of them selected. I'm supposed to have like all of the animations selected at once. And so that was supposed to work, but now it doesn't. It's so weird. Shit. Sorry. Let's do 3 seconds and then, oh my god. Yeah. Again, I selected all of them, but I just wanted to have that that thing to work. God damn it. Have fun. Have fun with the
Latrinas just
fixing.
subscribed.
Latrinas, welcome on in. How are you? Why the sub? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. Yeah. That's an interesting thing. Madlu, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? I feel like a reverse would be a pretty good option, so I can just do that with the base of the animation to just like, smoothly do the transition. But not the best. Not the best whatsoever. Again, I think what would be amazing is a big word. What would be great here is if the whole system, instead of being with the position thing, was like keyframed, because these would make so much more sense. And again, like it's just, if I keep it somewhere around here, I'm gonna keep them here in the center of the fucking page. But if I was to decide that these things like were here, and then 1.5 seconds later they were there, and then I mean, I can't do 1.5 again because that's not gonna work. God damn it. I put them back at the bottom, maybe somewhere around here, and then at, oh my god, I forgot about that. At here, it just goes back to the initial positioning. That could work. Meh. It's just not long enough. That's what it is. I feel like this would be great if we had a proper. Oh my god. Again, you select everything and then you go for a drag to reorganize and resize the fucking lengths of this, and it just doesn't work. It just takes one. This is a waste of time. Oh my god. It pisses me off. Nothing works. I love Figma for adding this in the first place. Like, don't get me wrong, but god damn, did they fuck it up? Like, it's so bad. Cool. That is an option. It could work. It's simple enough. I just don't know exactly how to do that. Let's be honest. I'm lacking the skills on this one. And I don't think dev mode is gonna give me enough or good enough um, motion in here, like that motion thing is interesting, but it's not going to be good. Um, so that's an interesting system. And then based on the fact that my code on Xcode is limited to 4.5, it means that using the glass in is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. So, it's not going to be an option. This is not going to be an option. Um, but yeah, having that in code that is not JSON would be a pretty good option, because at the end of the day, I need this in a shader format. That would be so much easier. And I could do this instead. I, this is what I'm currently using Xcode in my head, which doesn't work because I don't know exactly how the thing is supposed to work. Also, Xcode got closed because of the updates. But the thing that I have in my head right now is that if I use um, Vortex as a node slash particle emitter first, I might be able to reuse the existing Vortex particles that we have in the paid tier. So the thing that is right here, if it starts, that contains the background and well, the particles, the fireflies things, I could potentially use that and put that bigger behind the drop if it uses itself as a mask. Maybe. It could work. It could work. Come on, Xcode, you can do it. You can do it, it's not that complicated. I mean, it shouldn't be. Also, Madlu, how have you been? How's everything going on your side of things? We haven't seen you in here in a long time. So, we do have existing particle in the background. And if is it gonna work? It's not gonna work. Fuck off. Study work on it. I do have tokens. It was a jab at Daptree. And you as well. um I am currently trying to put in place some effects, and the effects are not affecting as they are supposed to be affecting, you know. So this is a bit of a pain in the ass. The current attempt is right now. For example, we have this thing, and this is the effect that I have in the background. I think the particles is a pretty good rendering of the effect in question, right? It's a fine effect of particles. It's fine, but it could be much better, and I'm trying to make it much better around there as well. So the idea is to potentially get that particle effect in the background to be reused, so that we can have it right there as well, the same way that I have done it here, right? That is the idea. maybe having some lava lamp type animation. But I don't think I have that. I don't think I have that as an option in order to control the particles like properly is my main issue. And I'm also thinking about it to replace them in that card itself. So using Vortex masked with liquid glass on top is probably going to be even more of a complexity that I don't know if I want to work on in any way, shape, or form. It feels like it's going to be a pain in the ass, first of all, but also um, it's just it. uh, like it's just the resource intensiveness of it that is necessary to be placed with Vortex, which is very GPU heavy, kind of, with the shape of the drop uh, as a mask for Vortex, and then the shape of the drop on top with the glass effect. But then I want the glass effect to have a lot more control, and that's not the case right now. I would only be able to get the regular glass effect, and so that wouldn't necessarily work for me. So I don't know. Um, I don't know. That's the thing. Um, that is the thing. Well, maybe. If I use that as a base, we're gonna use that in the color test as always. So we have not an S stack, we have a Z stack right there. That's going to take my image here and inside of my image, and that's about it. And then from that, we want to get kinda, yeah. We want to get the vortex view that is here, but we also want to make sure that this thing has a frame of, let's say, 100 by 100, just for the sake of checking things. So we have the particles that are getting behind, which is fine. Technically, it should be just 88 in width, I guess, in order to be contained behind. Not even. Apparently, this is like a 60 drop. Yeah, it is. And then the top is going to be probably 88 then. That we have top and bottom. We'll see. We'll see what we can do. The thing that I don't know is the mask. I don't know how mask is working. And so I guess that's the issue, because I feel like this is what needs to be in the mask. So the same blob is supposed to be masked. And in order to get that element to work, I need, instead of foreground style there, which I'm gonna let me do that properly, right? If I do glass effect on top of this shit, it's just gonna give me a blob, right? That's what it is. This is not good. Um, but I can't. I don't think I can. Um, do that, and I can't. I can't self. Self is not a thing that we have. Uh, so I don't remember how. And as I mentioned, I can't ask Claude for the answer here because the Claude that I have here is not smart enough. I mean, I could try. Um, I could try. Why not? Um, let's do a new thing. Um, yes. Now, yes. Which, by the way, means that we could potentially create a set of icons that are animated based on the new motion stuff, but creating a set of icons that are animated would also include a lot of issues. So yeah. Yeah, it's not. uh, I can't really redo this. Like self is not the correct thing, and that is not the correct thing either. Like it doesn't recognize this because it's not an SVG. So it even if it was an SVG, it's not gonna work. That's the thing. It needs to be somewhat of a path, if I'm not mistaken. And that's really bad. So let me just remove this and then get these out. Because so far, if we remove this, we have the particles effect inside of the drop already. So that's a starting point that is pretty fine. Even though it's not like ideal, it's okay. And from that, we can have just 10 in birth rates. It makes more sense. Speed variation doesn't make any sense. The color makes no sense. The size is what we want, so we want them to be like much bigger. So shit like this is gonna be fine. I could even go at 0.1, which is much brighter. But because we have that yellow white, I need to change that to orange. Best option would have been opacities. But that's already good. That is already good. I don't know. This is color based. Don't. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. This is just changing the name of a color. So that's not knowing how to code. Not at all. Um, Nope. Still no. Still disagree. I still disagree with that. Um, but it kind of works. Again, doing this is not a good idea. It is not a good idea whatsoever based on the amount uh, of GPU usage for this. Uh, yeah, I guess we could go 35 or just 30 could be good for the lifespan. Um, the amount of birth rate being 5 instead of 10 could be pretty okay. Um, not even. Not even 10 was pretty good. The speed is fine. The variation is good. The angle makes absolutely no sense because we don't have any fucking angles in there. Um, the size multiplier depth, though, could be something that we have lower than this. So if I do 50 instead of 100, it's really Firefly E. It can take some time to fill out. So that's that 100 is fine. That 100 is fine. So I can do that. If I bring in the base SVG as a path, then I can apply glass to the path because it makes sense. And that could work. That could work. So if I take my main here, drop that there, remove the mask, and show that this is just copy as SVG. Let's see if it can do that. Let's see if it can do that. You know, like then why not? Why not? Um, Apparently it has a bit of an issue here. Um, Maybe it. It's okay. It's not great though. God damn. What a concept. Um, so you basically want to have that, I think. Um, I think if I do 88 on this, it's gonna be bigger, which is not exactly what we want. And then if I do this with the glass effect being added to the drop shape, it might be there, meaning that if I get my opacity to 0.4, 0.2, we do have the glass effect. So if I get that drop shape out of the view, I bring it in there, and I add it there as the base drop shape thing, so that it's the mask is gonna be here. That's okay. The feel feels like a weird thing. And then what we want here is glass, the style, and I forgot if it's just style clear or if it's clear glass. I guess it's clear glass. Nope. What's the format for this? I forgot. I forgot. Um, Glass regular. So it's just glass dot clear, which is exactly what I wrote. That makes no sense. God damn it. It is what I wrote. It's working. It's not great, but it's working. It has that that tint to it that I don't like. Um, it's adding like a fog, obviously for accessibility's sake and shit. I know, but goddamn, goddamn. Like I wish we had that, obviously, um, because it's pretty good, and specifically what we've been seeing in the past with these elements. Like that clearness is what I want to have, but for some fucking reason I can't really figure out how to make it that clear. So this is bad. But also I just saw that for 1 second, which is really bad. But it looks like playing with all of this is not good for the GPU on the stream. I turned into a potato for a second, I think, at least on my phone. So that's a bad thing. um, maybe I could play with the opacity of the glass so that we still have some refraction. That doesn't work. Is this the reason? I think that was the reason. God damn it. Damn. There is so many issues in that SVG, but it works. So you know. Which means I think my yellow as a base is probably one of the reasons why it's not necessarily good, because it's the first element and we want to change that. So I'm guessing if I go with orange yellow instead of orange, yeah, that's gonna be more fiery on its own. And then the opacity at 0 makes sense. So I could go orange, red, yellow, um, because this is the life cycle of my particles. So I wanted to start them at orange E so that they're more amber. Then they go to red so that they are bright red. Then yellow so that it takes more brightness. Then red. Technically, I should go into orange here for the sake of the transitions. Um, but as a as a starting point, this is not bad. As a starting point, this is not bad. But still, um, very processor heavy, which is bad. And it basically means that we are in uh, that department right now. So we do have a bit of refraction, but not that much. The depth is roughly like here. And then this placement or display is the base play that we have. So that's like not so good. Um, maybe if I just re-add glass, it gives me the basic stuff, kinda. Yeah. Hmm. I mean, it's fun, but that's it. That's it. And if I put that on the card, it's going to be a pain in the ass. That's the truth. That is that is the truth. Let me put that here, drop that there, and then take all of these and uncomment them out so that we will have a second one underneath, and we can copy paste this. Could work. I wish I could put the vortex positioning a bit higher so that it has, or a bit lower so that it has like the particles that starts from the bottom instead of the center. But we'll see. I'm gonna pee first, and then we'll see if I can do that. Also haven't done the card itself, so I feel like putting just that in the card is gonna be a bit of a mistake. Um, I mean, obviously, but very reactive tool. Um, we don't really have an alignment that is specified here, but if we do this officially, oh no, oh no. um, I forgot. You can say it now, Stony. That was a proper me knowing how to code on this one. I knew what was missing, which is crazy. Um, I think that I think the speed is probably like the issue here. But also, I can't do that. I need to keep it at like 2 because otherwise it makes no sense. Um, this is interesting, but that's it. It's not it's not great. It's not bad, but it's not great. Um, it's fine. It's fine. It's, um, and if I place it on the side of the button, maybe it could work. If I then align thing like so, it will drop down, which is not good. But then thinking about it in terms of translation, this is not good. This no good. So in my H tag for the button, which has the text here and the image within it, which is fine. And then I have my foreground style that is there. So that's the base H tag. If I add, this is gonna be bad. If I add maybe if I have alignment that is not centered. So left align by default, if I remember correctly. Yep. And if I put this into an H stack again, if I can type, that's appreciated. And then I give myself a spacer right there with no min length. We don't care about that. And then I give myself the Z stack here. We get this, which was the plan, right? That's basically the plan. But we need the description to have a full width here. So is it frame or is it max width? Yeah, that's not the it's still frame. Max width infinity on this. I mean, technically I should have put that to the whole thing instead, which I think I'm right here. God damn it. I forgot the dot. That's what I forgot. I'm gonna kill some people. That is gonna piss me off. Oh my god. That's not that is not what we wanted to have. And also this is a vertical stack, which means that we don't have the thing on the side. I never understood this, to be honest. I tried to figure it out and really understand. Oh, that's dead. And really understand why this thing is never working as expected, but I don't know. I don't know. Um, it's a weird system. It's a weird system. Anywho, if I do, I don't like doing this, but I'll see if it works. If I do a padding vertical and I'm making this minus 32, technically it should be minus 40, but yeah, some shit is broken. That's the Z stack with the thing, meaning that this one is supposed to be the one in question. That doesn't work. I don't think we've had anyone drop today, or at least land today, and you don't seems to be landing anytime soon on this. I yeah, that that's a no. That is a no. Shit, I dropped before Phil's. That well, I might not make it, but I know that Phil's is not gonna make it either. So we safe. We are safe. Um, can I do that? This is such a bad thing. This is such a bad move. This is not where it's supposed to be. So it's supposed to be here. But for some fucking reason, we have a misalignment once that's done. In some cases, not all cases. So I don't like this. And then I don't like this either. I think that side, that Z stack is supposed to stay with me, and that secondary H stack doesn't exist because that's a waste of resources. And in order to achieve the thing that I wanted to achieve here, I would basically need to get my whole card, which is technically the button itself, if I'm not mistaken, to get an overlay. Um, and that overlay is gonna be my Z stack? Yeah. And then from there, that's the thing that I never understood. um, I don't understand how I can position this in the bottom right corner. So Claude is gonna help. Um, because I don't I know there is a thing with I can offset shit, but I can also use position, but the position with uh trailing alignment bottom trailing is supposed to be a thing that I had in my head, but right now obviously yeah, that's the positioning that I wanted to have in the first place. Oh my God. Um so that's interesting. My changes, I guess, are going to be here. If I change that to 8 instead of anything else, I have my max width of infinity, which is good. And then if I take the stack, which is here, like that will left align it. That's for sure. And so if I get my alignments, and I say leading, I guess leading is gonna be the thing that I need to have so that the button at the bottom is gonna stack. This one though, this one is pissing me off. Um, and I can't like align it leading as well because it's already the case, but I'm gonna just do it for the plot, as we say. Um, and the max width infinity is already in there, so that's. And I don't want to do the thing that will work. I know, counterintuitive. Basically, I can take this whole thing, wrap it into a very basic H stack, and it will have something. Like I can 100% just do that, get my infinity thing here, and then next to that, I'm adding a spacer with a min length of 0. So it will push everything to the far left officially. That's the thing. But yeah, something's wrong in there. There is a padding or a margin or something that just doesn't align. Because that's wrong. And it doesn't make any sense. But then again, do I like the design? Not really. Am I wasting my time? Yeah. That's that's the most important part. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I do like the shimmer effect. That's for sure. Um, this is a very interesting rendering. There's no question about that. Um, I don't think I would have enough Command Z, yeah, to go back to, God damn it, to go back to the initial here. Maybe I do. Let's just hope that it loads. Yep. Yeah. I feel like that shimmer isn't good. It's not supposed to be on that thing, at least not there. And the Z stack doesn't make a lot of sense either. It kind of feels like if I had an image instead that is uh, what's the name of this? What is the name of this thing? I forgot the name. God damn it. I guess it's my regular paper texture. I guess. Um, but that should use the regular black in uh in dark mode and regular white in light mode. That's the plan. But I don't think, yeah, I don't think that's the right one. That's not the correct. Uh, that is not. It's the craft. It's the craft. God damn it. um, that does look like shit though. Oh my god. Why does it look so much like shit? But it looks good. It looks more name luxurious, kind of, than the previous gradient thing. However, the shimmer effect is just like not added, and I don't like this. And if I put it here, maybe that would be better. It is. It is better. However, however, I have a feeling that by having it in light mode, yep, my content is not going to be readable. Goddamn. Um, mm, that's no good. That is no good. Whereas this is readable in both direction, even though I don't like it. And it's not that readable anyways. You know, but still. uh, Also, the other thing is, why in fuck is this so bad quality though? Like that doesn't make sense. Have a good time at work. You're late. 22? You're late. Oh my God. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Enjoy the work. Enjoy the work. Uh, what am I missing? Thank you. Why do I have so many papers in there? Gas face. Hi, what calling? How are you? How's the day going? We could go with any. Why are they duplicated? Oh, that's why. One of them is in JPEG, the other is in PNG, and I didn't read your shit. That's the reason. That is the reason. Um, Interesting that it's pulling it from here. Interesting. Anyways, yeah, dark paper is much better. I don't understand where the fuck this thing is because it's supposed to be in there, but obviously I can't find it, meaning that it's not in there. It's somewhere else, and I don't know where that somewhere else is. Because right now I can't find the quality of this thing. This is not making sense. Anywho, it's fine. I can live with that. I can live with that. It's okay. The thing that I checked though, or didn't check, is if when I'm removing the preferred color scheme, do I have access to the controls? I think I do. I think I do. I do. Yeah, I do. Much better. Much better. Um, yeah. I think it's just the gradient that pisses me off more than anything else. Um, and like it's fine, but it looks cheap. It looks very cheap, and it might be easier to get not that wildest explanation of what I'm trying to do. Um, like if I get what's the name of this shit? Um, if I get, I mean, pure black is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, this is pretty neat. But if I say um dot secondary background, I think that's the um secondary system background is the name, but apparently this is not going through because it's a shape style. and we want to change that to what? Do I need to do UI color, secondary system background? No. Is it just colors? No. Is it colors with an S? No. What is the thing that I have here? Is it the comma? Yes. Is it that? If I can type? It is not. God damn it. I tried. I tried. I tried. Um, the pure black is a pretty cool option. I'm not gonna lie. I do like the option of pure black and pure white for this thing. I just wish that it was a bit more visible at times. So let's have a look at how it looks in situation, and then I need to refill this thing. Because goddamn. Also, I took that, yes. So in the discovery section, officially we have the unlock one more layer, and it stands out like a lot because of the background change. So that's a cool thing. In the profile, it will stand out as well for the same reason. I feel like black is good. But I would love to have like a smidge amount of a gradient in there and a smidge amount of noise because it makes sense. But it looks better. It looks um more professional. More luxurious, yes. Oh my god. Sorry. That that one needs to be a forced light mode apparently. Yeah, it stands out enough. And here it doesn't stand as much because previous one is also kind of bright. But it works. It works. The only thing that I may change is the color of the particles might be yellow instead of primary. And that could help us somehow. But primary work, but yellow is not gonna work? Oh, yellow is gonna work. Yeah. Um, God damn it. I guess that's the reason. Because the yellow on white is not as visible. Hmm. Can I dot system background? I can't. I mean, it looks like it's gonna work, but it doesn't. No background whatsoever. That's gonna fly very well. This is gonna be perfect. This is exactly what we need. No. Um, Brain is not braining. Do we have Phil? We don't. The thing is, if I go with secondary, it's gonna be secondary color, which is not what we want here. Um, I mean, it's fine, but it's not. Hmm. And I don't want to have like to place a scaffold of a gradient again. That's it's not a good thing. Um, I guess I'm gonna ask Claude in a second. I'm gonna refill the water bottle, and then yeah, I haven't tried it much yet, but I need to take a look at it. Yes. Also, depending on what you are doing with it, you will have uh, a better time than other thing. So, and also, what are you calling the agentic AI in Figma? If it's just, that's the wrong side. If it's just, if it's just this of getting into the 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 agent system, eh. Like it's fine. It's you know, like it's working, it does its job, but it's also like not as good. Um, oh yeah, no, yeah, yeah, yeah. I do like the fact that you have the link with your design system, the link with your libraries, and the components that are currently used inside of the well current uh, file. This is really good. The Atlassian thing is good for designers that needs to keep up with um like additional dev tickets and do the entries and the reporting and so on. But again, based on a very um like a very true thing, which is just since I don't have a team to worry about and that my current design things that happen in Figma are mostly for myself and my clients, Eh, it's just like most of the thing that can be done with the agentic workflow is going to be very basic-ish. Um, but if you have um, like a workflow and you have things that you need to explain and so on, yeah, um, like it makes sense. This looks like shit though. Uh, good thing it cost nothing because goddamn. I mean, I hope so. Yeah, cool. It cost nothing. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck do you mean? Yeah, that's, I think I've seen that in PowerPoints in 2005. I think that was a default color and text placement. God dang. Mm. Oh my God. Like if you have an image and you're like, we have these colors, we have these things. If we just, took them as a main color, even if it was like a bit more browny or something, it's still better. And I don't know, like just doing that instead feels like a better option, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. You're 8 minutes late. Intro to scrub. Um, yeah, this is shit though. I'm not even gonna keep that. I just hope. Yeah, one credit for the background removal. God damn it. It's fine. It's fine. So Chloe's gonna help on this one. Um, I hope. Kane, we're calling. How are you? How's the day going? Um, the background, but that doesn't work. Help me out. We'll see if it works. How's the CMS going? Is it still going? I tried that. I tried the color parenthesis secondary system background earlier, and it didn't go through. What did I miss? Did I fucking forgot a parenthesis? That's that. Yeah, that's what I totally forgot. God damn it! Oh my god. Um, Dot orange if light and dot yellow if dark mode. Let's see if that works. Um, ah, that's kind of bad. That is kind of bad. Let me click on that. Let me take a look. This thing. I'm gonna kill some people. Again. Again. Damn. Uh, ugh. Yeah, that was expected. Um, interesting. Interesting. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of the animation on entry, um, because it goes down. That's the that's the thing. You have a thing. It shouldn't be in dark mode. Well, you're stuck in dark mode. Yeah, I it's more on the animation than anything else for me. Um, like you see what I mean? Where it's just it drops down a bit when it should probably just go up. I don't know. Something about it that just doesn't feel right. And then this is debatable in a wrong way. Um, most people would start with a capital T, just a detail, but also it is the caveat font, if I'm not mistaken, as always. Um, and the arrow that is here feels disconnected from the content itself, because of the tail not being exactly aligned with the technically the dot that needs to be at the end, like the period at the end of the sentence. So it for me it would need to go down. But that's a detail. And then your animation for revealing each and every single of the images is really cool. So that's a good system. I do like it. And you have that issue that was expected, not because you're bad, just because we all forget about it. On hover, you kind of need to switch the z index from z index 0 to z index 1 so that you ensure that the shadow drop shadow is also gonna be dropping on top of the next element that is underneath. So this one is not gonna crop the shadow at the top. It's just like if you raise it from the floor, you want the z index to be at like 1, which is like just one more than the regular thing. So there's a small detail. Small detail is fine though. Um, uh, it's not bad. Um, it's not bad. I did like the dark mode though. um, I wish you had linked two things, and I'm guessing this is probably the direction in which you are going. But this thing has a link. You shared the link with me. I know it exists somewhere. And instead of just showing me the image, I think I would love to get access to where it is. Um, but yeah, this looks familiar. Do I have it? That's the question. Uh, yeah, I do have very similar when I played with the J specifically and the star point thing. That's interesting. Um, yeah, I even if I don't think of it as a portfolio and more like a design dump of, I've worked on this thing or I touched this thing and it's interesting. Uh, still, still, or at least when it's zoomed in, like giving me the option to say, "Oh, it's live. You can get access to the live option right there." Um, Getting a description or getting more content in there might not be the greatest of ideas, but just having like a link to the thing feels like a better option. Um, so I might do that, but overall, design-wise, it's good. It's simple enough. Um, the fact that you have this here is a bit as if it was a portfolio. Um, but if you don't want to call that a portfolio, then fine, it's not a portfolio. But other than that, that's cool. The background is not visible enough compared to how it was in dark mode. That's fine. But yeah, it works. It works. No issues there. It's a good starting point. Nothing to complain about. Damn. Mm. Um, so that's secondary. It's using yellow in dark mode officially and orange in light mode. Let me see. Can I just launch this thing and get it works? Please. Please. Let's see. Let's see. This is okay. It's not great, but it's okay. I I don't mind it much. Um, and then in light mode, it's less visible. Hmm. Does that make sense? I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that, that's for sure. So I could add my is dark to the background color and say if it's dark, it's gonna take this, And if it's light, it's just gonna take the system background. So that is gonna be pure white kind of thing. So it's as visible as it is in dark mode. It's a lot of if. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's if that I feel like doesn't really help. But it works. So you know, we can live with that. Um Other than that, I need like, you know what? I kind of want a dot gradient, but I feel like the system background dot gradient is not going to be an option. Um, but I can try. Um, I see. I'm gonna. We've looked at this before. Um, we looked at it before, but it's a great presentation. Rava is just visuals. And it's not a portfolio, it's an agency website. There's a bit of an animation thing, but it is 99% of the website being visuals. And you don't have clicks, you don't have like interactivities in there. Um, but when you reach the midpoint of the site, you will end up with like latest work, and then who are we, our past clients, um, and so on. So it's an agency website, but it's like mostly visual. And I'm saying that because you say it only has visuals and no like uh no thought process, nothing. So and it can work. It can work. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if they are Russian. They could be. um the name is potential. The H is not the thing that we see most of the time at this placement. Um, but it could be German. It could be it could be Eastern Europe, yes. But I don't know. But yet, nonetheless, the main point being the same thing. It's just like this entire thing is mostly visuals and no thought process much until we reach that section of like what are the skills, and then like what we do, like other services and other thing, which basically implies the thing that we like have thought process on, but the only uh the only thing is like um I don't see the need for the thought process when the client list is like this and when the presentation of the quality of the work is like this. So again, this is mock-ups, and that's it. Um, it's just like a very, very nice array of very, very nice mock-ups, and that's what makes it good. I feel like if it was just plain static images, I wouldn't have the same feeling about it. Like if it was just these, and not these, if it didn't have some of them that have a bit of animation, uh, you know, it's yeah, maybe. Maybe. But like right here, they are not explaining shit. And I don't know what they have done, but based on the fact that this is like a presentation of all of the things that they have done, or at least a very selected few things that they have worked on, and we see that project specifically 6, 7 times ish in there. Um, it's it's mostly highlighting sections of the same projects many times. Like this is the same thing. This is the same thing again. This is the same thing again. I would say this is the same again. And then that feels like it's the same vibe, but it might be different. So I'm not going to count them with. These two are the same thing. So on the entirety of this, which is like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 34 images in total. There is one, two, three, back at it, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There is 10 of them, which is like a third uh, of the whole thing that is just like one project. So it is just like very good mockups and very good presentation. This one, for example, is very basic. What makes it good is the image that has been selected is good. The design itself on of the environment is good, and that's what makes it stand out. And there is no explanation. I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what has been done. I just know that if I'm a client and I'm looking for someone that has or has the ability to create shit like this, I'm probably gonna contact them. So for you, you know, like maybe the way to appear without explaining things is making some images bigger, the one that you like best, and then potentially just not um everything flat and static. Like these are good design, um but if you put them into a mockups that gives you like a bit of the dynamism with like 3 screens or 3 iPhones or Android phones that are just floating here and there, some people would be like, oh. So yeah. Yeah, he's been working with uh yeah, but also like student, intern, like basically. So that it's a internship thing. So I don't know how long that was. And like me, he's using the names as, oh, I worked with, which, might not be true. We don't know. As I mentioned, the reason why I'm saying like me is here. I have F1, I have Bugatti. I worked with them at a very specific time in my career as an intern in a company that is a mechanical company, and we worked with them with manufacturing the the metal pieces that they needed for the motors, the engine and shit. But that I worked with them, so you know, like Of course, we want to send that. Um, so same ID, right? Working with, I should have like Dior and other bigger brand here because like these two, I worked with them in the agency. I would love to have Dior in them because we do have the content in question. Like the main issue that I have with that as well is the fact that the big brands that I've worked with are French big brands and therefore kind of complicated to export them as people don't know what they are, who they are, what they do. But you know, same thing. Um, thinking and upload my very first design that were even worse than my current design. It's sort everything by date and year. That's interesting. Um, that's interesting. I mean, why not? I guess if you do like a timeline thing and you show your very first um very first design and the thing that you want people to, see from you. Let me see if I have mine. Um, it's probably not gonna be there. It's not gonna be there. Yeah, not ideal, but um, that phone design thing when I was in industrial design and not in digital design, it was an interesting thing. It's a rollable phone, rollable display, and then at the time, we had earbuds. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. It could be interesting to go back in time and see progress over time. The thing is, the the user's brain, unless it's specified at the start, I guess, um, you are expecting basically that like reading vertically is going to be something that is of the same caliber for the entire thing. So if the design starts to get worse, I'm probably not going to reach the end. Like I'm going to start at the top and be like, you know, okay, cool, whatever. And then let's say it starts to get worse, and I'm like, okay, they don't really have a style that I like. And if it's not like clear that this is all the time in the other way or in the other direction, I'm gonna have a bad impression of you if you really think that they are like really bad design. But yeah. Um yeah. If I go into uh if I go into Behance and specifically my drafts, some of my first official design that I've worked on in agencies and shit, and not great, not bad, but not accessible whatsoever. But yeah, um, and these designs have been pulled from the internet. I mean, they are still there, but like they have been pulled from Access because it's it's bad. And does that thing still exist? Apparently, it doesn't. Yeah, goddamn. And yes, it was cake. Um, Obviously, it was cake, and they haven't updated shit since. Um, it's just, yeah. Everything is so laggy. It's just, anyways. And the main reason why I worked on this thing is because my boss at the time was, I think, related kinda to the family that is owning that store. So we had to. But look at that. Look at the density of text that I had here. God damn. God damn. That's so bad. I had some good things though. There are still some things in there that are pretty good. But still, um, don't like it. Don't like it.
Hugo K. Bernardo just resubscribed for 38 months. Drop Flamingo.
I don't think you will drop the flamingo in the announcement message, but welcome on in, Hugo. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. 38 months. Oh my God. That is a long time. That is a long time. That's uh that's wild. It's fine. It's just officially, if I'm not mistaken, it's just 26 degrees today. We're going back to 30 on Monday. The good thing is there was a prediction in the weather forecast and shit that was saying that basically on Monday, which is the 7th, we would have roughly 40 degrees. And apparently that's not the case. So I'm pretty happy with that. Congrats on landing. And I just missed the target by a hair. God damn it. I just saw that. So yeah, going back into like some of my first designs and things, it is to me very like telling of how inexperienced and bad I was, um, because of like going from this, which was the original app, to this, which was like more complex and harder to reach. Um, Going from the original thing like this to something that was like more condensed, like data heavy and condensed, making it like less understandable. So all of that is interesting, but also the spacing is wrong, the alignment is not right, and yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. I guess yeah, you didn't close. That's the thing. Um, but yeah, Kane, I don't know if going with like first design ever works unless you're doing it in a fun way, as in your about section. If you did something like an about section in there, and you have like latest design at the top, and then you have your about section, and then by the way, here is how things used to look. That could be a thing, but it's also like not necessarily a good idea. Because as showcased here by myself most of the times, I do not read anything on a website. I just look at things. And specifically if it's a designer website, I'm gonna look at things. And if I see things that looks like shit, I'm gonna dunk on that and then don't think about it too much. So I wouldn't. I would avoid the old past things just because, you know, why not? Or why yes, I don't know. But yeah, I think German based on the fact that everything is in German, so that should answer the question. Also very interesting that they have um design flow winner. I don't know what they won, but they apparently won something. And yeah, maybe they were on something else because I don't see the name here. Um, maybe it was 2024 session. I don't know. Anyways, all that to say, just visuals is an option, not necessarily the best option, but it is an option that could work and would make potentially uh, a big difference in the sense that it's just like, yeah, here is what I do, and then that's it. If you like it, you can hire me, which I like. I do think that this is a mocap game, and therefore, um, LS Graphic is going to be a pretty good resource for you on that department because if you have like anything, for example, right now, my last three project, god damn it, my last three project have been branding projects. And so if I were to get something like this and have like the billboard of the brand in question, that looks like impressive, you know. So this is a good thing. I could have if I had like a different billboard things, Chris, what calling format. I could potentially use that for the Figma work that I've done. Because obviously the picture that I took myself of my stuff in the screen kind of looks like shit. So making a fake version would help. Um, and yeah, they have like a ton of free mockups, and from the free mockups you can just get that and be done with it. Like if you just use the phones that are free, if you use um, business card, billboard, other things that are in the free tier, then this is probably going to be good. I'm going to share that link a second time just because we are in the free mockup section. That's going to make your presentation a lot better, and you potentially not having the feeling that you need to um, explain yourself. So yeah, maybe do that. I don't know. They have so much. I'm impressed to be honest. And I remember these ones, like the series of this is a very 2024 series, I guess, 2023-ish. And it works. It's great. We like it. God damn it. Anyways, presentation is what needs to happen for any project here. What I would potentially change if, you know, is highlighting some of the things. So potentially having something like this one is taking, I'm guessing you are using I mean, I don't really know if you're in a grid. You are in a grid. Um, and you are not using FRs. Are you not? God damn it. Um, like you have four with one FR, and I do think that if this one was um a 2 FR by two, like a 2 by 2 instead of a 4 by 1 or 1 by 1 on this one, would help, would make some of them stand out, and you could have like one big one, four small, one big one right there, or four small here and one big one here, so that it has like more variety and so on. Could be interesting. I guess the best presentation that I've seen so far um, is still gonna be here. And if you're presenting things, and let's say you are there, uh, you just want four, on the width. I feel like that makes more sense because if you all force them, which is what you currently have done, if you all force them into the same sizes, you are cropping content that might not necessarily need to be cropped, or like would need to have like a little more of content underneath or a little less content on the side. Like maybe this one would be much better if it was a square version. Um, so yeah. Um, don't worry about it. I said nothing. I was just mentioning the fact that it would be interesting to have like different grid system, to have like one big one, four small here, one big one here, like alternating things. Mass boundary grid would be pretty cool. And then other than that, the fact that the everything design is good and no explanation, and then using the free mockups, which I just shared a second ago, um, right there is gonna just make your presentation much better because it's gonna be much better. So, for example, I the client that I could have had this month that decided to go with an agency that they had worked with in the past was some sort of a merch thing. So I would have used things like this probably to be able to just show them, okay, if we do a hoodie, it could look like this, or if we had something else, it could look like this. And because it's merch, like candles, juice, stickers, anything that I could put the logo in questions and the design that I had in mind for them on is like it's a good thing. And then these ones are all free, which is once again, yeah, once again, absolutely crazy that everything that you've seen so far is free, fucking free. So, you know, like that sticker, for example, I would do that in Figma. That don't let's not let's not. But still, you know, um, useful if you don't know how to do that in Figma and you want to do that in a yeah. Yeah. You can also use AI to generate some mockups off your screens. The only thing that I don't like about doing that is that you end up with things that don't exist. And even your screen doesn't really exist. I know we had, did I save it here? I forgot if it's that person, if it's someone else. I don't think I did save it. They are bringing in the paradigm of any small adjustment that you're making, even though it looks like me, it's not you. Like all of these changes that have been happening on that picture for the reframing, right? They took that picture, so that's them, and then they tilted things, and then it created this. That's not them. And like the ear that they have is probably not as pointy as it looks here, for example. Like that's it's a different thing. But it is looking like them, and if you just send that to someone that doesn't know, might think it's you. You know, no real thing that could say, "Oh yeah, that's absolutely not them." I don't know. But if you do that with a mockup, you end up with things that are going to be a bit off, but not by much, but still a bit off. And the one that I have, which is the thing that is that I showcased last time, which is supposed to be here, that is an AI generated presentation of the logo and the research that they have done. And yes, it looks good until you look at it. Because if you don't look at it, if you just glance at it and that's all you see, then you're good. Like that's great. But if you take 1 second to look at things, I have never encountered anyone that is able to every single time have the dash and the line exactly aligned. I have never encountered anyone that has all of their T's being exactly the same. Like no differentiations of anything. It's just like it's the exact same letter. And so all of that is accumulating. And then what broke it for me is the rulers of eights, because it's just like, whatever. You go from 8 to 15 to 16 to 45. Why not? But you just go for 8, 6, 8, 3, 8, whatever. All along. You know, but it's fine. So nothing in there is truly false, but nothing in there is truly right either. So doing like AI generated for your mockups is going to end up in the same realm. But why not? If you don't have a choice, if you don't have the money to buy the paid system that they already have, the one that I loves are these ones right here, because if I remember correctly, they have somehow uh, animated versions of them here and there. And, like getting a nice presentation with something like this is interesting. It's it's a nice idea. It's a nice system. It looks good. You can use that as a core rendering for anything that you're working on. But if you can't do that, then yeah, move on to something that is like AI generated for the time being, and then once you get like 3 clients that pay you enough, and you can buy a proper mockup, do that, or just keep the AI generated stuff. It's fine. Or be crazy like myself and build that in Figma. Um, no. Um, you should not DM the clients saying that you are uh, open to discussion for the budget with a budget of $200, because I mean, it's very low, but I get it. Why not? Um, And if it's been 1 hour, sometimes things happen. Sometimes they have meetings, and meetings take longer than an hour. Sometimes they take a shit that takes longer than an hour. And sometimes other things happen. You just wait. Take your time. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay. Like, if and only if the relationship got it, with that client has been reactive, meaning that you send a message, they replied in like 20 minutes, you replied in 10 minutes, they replied in 30, you replied in 5, they replied in 2, like back and forth in emailings and DMs and so on. And then you talk about the budget and they disappear. Nah, move on to another client. Like, even though more complicated, I get it. But getting the ability to just say, okay, cool. So you don't want that business. Let me just ping you at the end of the week, or ping you at the end of like beginning of Friday morning, something like this. Is yeah. So maybe there is other thing happening. Maybe there is other people in the company that needs to be talked to, and then I don't know how much things cost where you are. So, you know, for me, $200 is, I don't know what that gets you, but that might get you through 30 minutes of consultancy thing. Not even with my pricing. Um, but if that's like expensive on your ends, then I get it. If it's not, if you are in the cheap one, then maybe the time that it takes and the we are not sure type of situation that you are currently encountering is they are not sure. Like, that's it. They saw your work and they were like, well, maybe, but even for $200, I don't know if this is gonna cut it. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It's it's a different thing. But then I don't know enough about Russian pricing, so not gonna it's not gonna help. But yeah, if right now you're like, I could do that for $200, I would rather do that for $1,000 if that's an option. Um, but I can go as low as like 50 because I need the money. I would rather you don't take it, and then you know you get paid better with another client. In the meantime, in the hour in which you have had no answers and no response from them, have you tried to contact like other potential clients? Um, but yeah. Well, if they want to work more with you and they are not responding and you need to get paid somehow, um, look for other clients. And then when that client is coming back, you can say, cool, we can work together starting. that date, because right now I have another client that is onboarded that has basically replied faster than you. You don't say that, but that's basically the implied thing. And maybe next time they just reply faster. That's the thing. Like the client that I worked with last, um, we had exchanges that were like almost instant in the sense that they sent me an email. I saw it 5 minutes after I received it. So that's a crazy thing already. But I replied almost immediately. They replied almost immediately as well. And then we had a call 3 days later. We decided on the price. I sent them an invoice. They paid me immediately. And then I started working. And, cool. And that client specifically, they love to pay in full. So I love that. But also, it's not for everyone. So I guess just take the day off, think about something else, maybe work on your portfolio if you have a portfolio that needs to be worked on, and then maybe later things are gonna happen. Maybe tomorrow they come back to you in the morning and they say, "Oh, we thought about it. This is pretty cool." Um, so all of that is an option. Um, the thing that is important, I'm gonna go there, even though it's not exactly true in terms of pricing and shit. But the thing that kind of works is if you have prices that are kind of stable and static for the type of work that you do or that you like to do on a regular basis. If that's the case, then you can say, well, for you get me for a week, it's going to be that price. Or you get me for a month, it's going to be that price, regardless of the demand. The thing is, if your project is going to take more than a week, then booking me for a month is a bit of a better deal because we can work together for longer. But if you know that it's going to be exactly 2 weeks, no more, no less, then this is a bit cheaper. And, like it makes sense. But yeah. And then I have the thing that is like one time if you have a project-based pricing or a thing that is a project and you don't know exactly how long it's going to take, and you don't want to say, well, maybe this thing is going to take 10 months. 10 months is 36,000 bucks. Is that like something that you're willing to spend on this? Probably, probably not. I don't know. But like maybe you just want to see if we could potentially work together for a very different amount of time. And it's probably going to be a bit more expensive than if you took the subscription system. But yeah. Um, yeah. The uh, again, I'm gonna say that because it makes sense. It's easier to get one rich client per year that pays you for one thing once, and then you're set for the year in terms of revenues and money and so on, than catering to smaller clients and trying to fight to get in because $50 is too much for them. Whereas the other person is like 50K is fine. And they pay in full. And you're set. And then you just work and you're done. So yeah. The gas fix has never been able to do percentage. You can do you can define a percentage of something. So if you have a frame right here, and then you say, let me get that thing right there, and I want it to be 100%. Cool. But then from here, I can say 50% of this in that dimension, then press enter. Is going to give me 50% of the thing that is currently selected. So it's basically divided by 2. It's doing the math, but that's about it. That's all you can do. You can't do anything else. So you don't have the ability to just say, "Oh yeah, this is a percentage-based system." No, it's not. It's not going to work. So yeah, that's mm-mm. Again, based on what I said last time on the config event. This is something that we've been asking since I started using Figma in 2018. Yes. We've been asking for percentage in sizes, rems in font sizes, and in sizes in general. And then since they added variables, we have been asking for the deduplication of the color and the opacity, because a variable is just like a single unit. But when you do a color variable, it's a dual unit of like color and opacity. So that makes no sense. So yeah, it's a pain in the ass. Um yeah, you could do that. Um but yeah, if you burn like $100 per month, which is pretty impressive, congrats on that. My bank account doesn't like me anymore because I'm burning way too much. Uh, um, your minimum is like $100, which I don't think it is. I think your minimum is like basically $200. Your minimum prices should be 500, and your regular price should be 1,000. Like you ask for $1,000, and then if the client is like, I don't know, you can say, well, we can go down to 500, but that would reduce the scope. And that just means that the thing that the client is asking for is just not going to be done entirely, because they are not paying you as much as you need to be paid. That's it. So yeah, again, I don't know how much like $1,000 is in current Russian money and current Russian infrastructure and inflations and shit like this, because shit happens, which is not good. But that's basically the thing. Like for me, my basic minimum for a month of work is gonna be 3K as a starting point. It's gonna be around here. And anything else that I can see on the product that is not like part of that minimal threshold for stuff is just going to be like a bit more. Um, so yeah, then maybe that's I mean, again, so we're gonna explain money today. So in um in stuff in stuff that is related to money in question, if you have your budget, and let's say that this is um like your salary in Russia right now, let's do four. It's gonna be fine. Four is gonna be okay. That's gonna be fine. Um, that's a good news. That's uh that's a good news. That means that the same thing that you have um is um is copyable. So now you just need to stand out in a way that makes sense. So if that's your income, that's the word in question that I was looking for. Um, and let's see if this works. This does work. In your income in question, you will have, I guess, I don't know, but you will have a tax that, depending on where you are, is going to be 30%, 20%, 10%, 8%, depending on, whatever. If you if you do that, or if you think about it, when yeah, when you are paid as an employee, depending on where you are, I'm gonna use France because that's what I know. When I'm paid as an employee, uh the company is paying roughly like the same in taxes to the government. Like basically, if I'm making 2K, the company is paying 2K roughly to the government as taxes, employment taxes, and so on. So the company is paying that. If if I am like not part of the company, this doesn't exist, which means that the amount that they were used to spend can be like equal slash closer to. So if let's say the salary that I'm asking for is 1K, and the salary in like the company is gonna be like the company is gonna spend 2,100-ish on me as an employee. As a freelancer, I can ask for 1,800 because the taxes that the company has to pay to the government doesn't exist. And I need to take or to pay my taxes on this, which is going to be 25%, 10%, depending on where you are, what you do. At the end of the day, you are still getting like a bit more than if you just had the salary itself. But you need to find the clients and shit. So that's the thing. Um, Pot, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? We haven't seen you in a long time. I need news. I need to know. I need information. Sa- I need to know what happens. So that's the thing. So for me, based on what you said earlier, if the company not company thing is like basically giving you a side eye because you are asking for 200 bucks when the original uh in-house salary thing would have been like 1,000 bucks. This is crazy. So for me, I would basically price myself to my level of design in-house minus 10%. So if if my salary as an employee is, I'm gonna do a wild number, is 10K a month. That's my in-company salary, meaning that the company is paying 20K in order to like basically keep me in the company. If I go freelance, I'm gonna ask for 15 for a month of work because 15 is still cheaper than if they had me in-house. And so for you, you just figure out what the salary for people of your range are around you, and then you add what the company is paying in taxes for keeping the person in, and then you remove 10% off of everything, and that gives you your price. So yeah, I don't know. Um, you said no news. Oh my God. And you're still not laid off in that company. You're still in the same company? What? That's still the same thing. God damn. Still not laid out. Impressive. I mean, they've been having some layoffs, if I remember correctly, that yeah, I don't think again, I don't think we will. I don't, specifically you as a UX designer, I don't think you will be replaced by AI soon, based on the fact that everything that the AI is generating in terms of UX is kind of bad. Um, um, yeah, but still, no one's aware. No one's aware of that blue company with a cloud in the logo. Ah, God damn. Outlook. Oh my God. Uh, OneDrive. OneDrive has a cloud in the logo, if I remember correctly. But yeah, no, I don't think UX design is something that can be automated. Uh, but no, I'm talking about PodPod that has a cloud in the logo, and the cloud is blue, and therefore it's 100% OneDrive. um, but yeah, using AI for the design generation makes no sense, and using AI for the UX generation makes no sense on their own. But if you have a good UX designer, you can get the AI to do a pretty good job at generating the design itself. If you have a good UI designer and you generate the UX design um, for the project, it's not going to be as good for some reason so far, at least right now. So in the soon future, I'm still going to say that we will probably have AI assisted UX designers for sure. But I feel like the my usage of AI for UX design is mostly in the research phase of, I remember something, um, and I don't remember exactly what it is, which I ranted about it last month, last week, at the beginning of the month. I don't know. It's been a bit. Because of the Figma Makeathon winner that was basically recreating something that I forgot the name of. And I found it. It was this. It was Coliris, which was really cool and and looked very interestingly weird. But no one knows about it. And that infinite canvas thing with all the pictures of your search is basically the concept that they have put back in place with a bit of a distance with multiple walls, but that's the only thing that they've done. That's why I'm pissed about it. But there's plenty of other options that do the exact same thing, like Found is another one that had like a very similar wall of images, and they use something similar. That's ass cheeks. Um, so it's the type of thing that pissed me off because people say, "Oh, it's innovative." No, it's just a duplicate of something that already existed. Anywho, so yeah, I don't think UX designers are going to be replaced by AI. I think that we will have enhancements with the thing that we can use. As I mentioned, I do like to use it for research because it's helpful to go through a lot more ground than I could have in like a tenth of the time. Like in basically 5 minute research or maybe a 20 minutes research session, I could have like so much understanding of the market that it would have taken me like a month. So yeah, I don't know. Taya, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? How's your day going? So yeah, um, well, actually not really. That's the other thing. Um, like if you get just two engineers, you are going to be underwater and drowning because the two engineers don't have the amount of like brain power and capacity to review the code that is generated. Um, I think I'm in the like uh I see. Uh I think like the the case like myself where I don't really give a shit about the quality of the code as long as it works is something that is only working because I'm not in a company. If I was in a company, I would need to be a lot more aware of what I'm doing and how things are written and why there are best practices and things that don't need to exist and so on. But I think a good engineer plus AI, not the City 5. Um, but I think that was already the case. Like a good engineer without AI is still a good engineer. That doesn't change anything. Um, but yeah, you do have subtitles. Tayab, you are supposed to have them. God damn. Um, I mean officially, but apparently that's not the case. Well, I can't do that. But I don't. God damn it. I don't know. I feel like there are different um roles and jobs in the company that are going to be replaced because it makes absolutely no sense. Um, the roles that needs to be basically removed and replaced by an AI is most of the time the CEO or the manager, and they don't like when you say that. So obviously they want to combat this. Um, but the managerial role is the easiest to replace with an AI heartbeat. That just run through code bases and project like processes. And the human on that end doesn't need to be there anymore. And people don't like when you say that for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's weird. It's weird. But for designers, I feel like we still have a bit of a a bit of a long time before it disappears. People that are doing shit like this, for example, are not gonna have their work taken by AI anytime soon, because the only way that you can generate something like this is by creating a PNG. And you don't want a PNG for an icon. You want like a very high resolution, rescalable thing. So that's the thing. But you know, if you wanted something like if you wanted something like um let me find one that is very much AI generated that we have. I mean, this one is, yeah. If you wanted something like this, then why not? You know. Um you know what? I would disagree with that. um I I would disagree with that statement, Gasface, because uh, I didn't do that, and I don't have the skills to be writing code. So, you know, um, yeah. I did test drive Figma Motion, yes. I hate it. Let me show you what I mean. Um, so I've been working on this thing as a small animation thing, you know. It's it's fine. Nothing makes sense. The My main gripe that I will continue talking about every time, is very very simple. Um, think about think about um, I don't know, any design tools that you've used in the past, right? And you wanna duplicate something from the Canva. Your instinct is gonna be to press a very specific key on your keyboard and to click and drag. Like that's one of the options, right? That very specific key, if I press it and I click and drag, it removes the fucking keyframe. That makes no sense. It This is not how things are supposed to work. Even if I select and click and drag, it still removes anything. It's just they have never tested the thing that they have created, which first of all pissed me off. Anyways, other than that, everything is working. Um, and yeah, we could animate things. That's an option. It's fine. It just doesn't do a lot of the things that needed to be done. So, for example, in that file specifically, I have another one that is kind of broken, I think, right now. Um, I hope they are listening to me, goddamn. Um, yeah, I think this is still broken. But like you know, this this is this is fun enough. It works. I struggled in the beginning. This was like the day of the announcement of the motion. Um, so you know, it's it's interesting. I still had to do like a lot of keyframing that are very manual keyframing, and I feel like this might not have been the best option. I tried to animate the Mima letter in the background with the agent. They didn't do a good job. Didn't really understand what they were because they are not necessarily the letters. They are like vectors that look like letters. So that's that's a good thing, but that's about it. And then I tried the god dang, my brain. I tried to add shaders and I tried to create some shaders and it's okay, but it's not good. So even though we already have the lens distortion and chromatic aberration, I decided to create my own just to, see how it could work and so on. It's a pain in the ass to add to something, and it doesn't necessarily work. Like it does the distortion as you want it to be, but it also do things that isn't necessarily like as good. So I I've been having like a bit of a hard time with this. And some of it is good. Like this one is pretty clean, and I do like how the effect is affected. Um, but you know, like it's the amount of manual thing that needs to be in there is crazy. So that's the thing. The other thing that I that's very Claude like. The other thing that I kind of hate about it is that there is for shaders there is no options to use them without AI. Like if I for some wild reasons that's not the case, but if for some wild reason I was someone that was capable of coding a shader myself, I would love to be able to start with AI so that it gives me the boilerplate of the thing in question, but then I would love to be able to go inside of the code and then look at it and say, well, this thing that I created right here, for example, I would love to just edit that. But the edit is going to be in Figma agent, and that pissed me off because I know exactly what I need to change. And so I, like that's the type of thing that I'm like, that's a pain in the ass. That doesn't make any sense. But then again, obviously, the Figma agent is an absolute hungry token heating machine. So it just wants to eat as much tokens as possible. And therefore we end up with like, you know, a very complicated system where right now we are all getting used to the fact that we can do things in the agent, and that's great, and it's free. And then in about, I don't know, 3 months, 2 months, we're gonna have to figure out how the fuck are we gonna do that the same way because we don't have the ability to afford the AI grids. So like that whole thing is it's pissing me off. It should like the update sounds really good. They have done something that is really good. They have integrated what Modify had, and I upload them for that because I've been asking for it since they acquired Modify. So we good. But it's just like the implementation is almost good. It's not like almost perfect. It's almost good. And that's so sad. So sad. So yeah. So motion is fine. Um, it's lacking things uh like this, for example. I had to I had to change the position of the anchor points for this in order to get like the heel to work and get like that physics effect to be good. But then at the end, I had to manually move the thing because I can't reposition the anchor point with a keyframe. Um, like it's not animatable, which pisses me off because it should it should be animatable. And yes, it is Figma. So it like in any in any format that we have worked on in terms of motion design, we have the ability to edit the anchor point. We have the ability to add some jiggly physics to things, and it's just like it should be in there. We should have a way to play with things. I forgot if I did that here or if I did that on Yorker. Let me just check Yorker. I feel like it might have been right there. It's not. God damn it, pisses me off. Again, I'm lost in my own files because I have too many files. Um, but it's like in order to achieve the thing that you want to achieve, you need to go through workarounds and fixes that just don't make any fucking sense, that shouldn't be in there in the first place. Like, I'm gonna redo it because it's easier for me to just start again. If I have, like, if I get here, and I say I want to get the rectangle that I'm creating to navigate from point A right here to like point B at 600 millisecond. Like let's just say that. That's easy. That's fine. That's okay. So that as a 1200, so it's just going through in a linear fashion. We're good with that. No questions. I'm gonna reduce that time so that we are 800. If I were to say this needs to have some sort of a um and tie up, yes, it's not a plugin, it's within Figma. And I know you can't hear me. Uh, if I wanted to have the regular animation thing where the top of my elements is going to tilt or like kind of bend a bit, I would by default click on the thing that is called edit object, but then it does absolutely nothing. So my only option here is to say, you know, if it's not a plugin, gas space. uh, if I want to get that effect, I kind of need to get this to be bigger, which is kind of it's a wild system because right now it's going to retract for some fucking reason. Um, so I need to do that. Right? God damn it! Again, I forgot about this. I need to do this and then just redo my transition, 400 millisecond, putting that to the other side. And in order for me to get that effect that I want to have, I need to add a band at the top and a band at the bottom that gives me the 143 um a pixel of difference in the middle, so that here somewhere around like there, let's say 100, I will have a bit of a tilt, and then somewhere around here, I will go back to like 0-ish. Let's go back to 0, and it's going to be fine. And so that is going to create the effect in question. And in order for this to look as if, I'm going to just make these two bands white so that it looks like it's just a cube. And so when I press play, I get that effect of speed. Is it good? No. Do I care? No. But it's like doing this is such a common behavior in motion design that being in need of making a square being a rectangle and then covered by the same background that we had a second ago to get the effect of speed is such a weird thing. It is such a weird thing for me. Um, so you know, I don't know, but it works well. It does the effect that needs to happen. I have the I I have the like everything that gives me the speed effect and so on, but it's just like not repeatable, and I can't do that on an entire section and so on. Yeah, you just click the button. um, so this is pissing me off as well because of the lack of consistency with everything else, and it should be better. Um, and then again, I think I said that last time, but it also makes sense. Uh, the reason why they have motion is because modify is a thing, and they acquired modify, and modify had the motion thing that they had in their tool. Their tool has presets motion that were very simple and very easy to understand. And I don't understand why we don't have this, because it came in with the thing that they have acquired, so we should at least have this. But also, they had motion-based shaders. So these shaders are not going through like a motion timeline. They just like they are animated by default, and they just have a play button. And the Figma shaders don't. That makes no sense. But most importantly, going back to the playhead and so on, the behavior of pressing the Option key and click and dragging keyframe was working properly in Modify, but not in Figma. The ability to just say, I want this motion to be like with motion blur. I want this thing to have like deformation. I want this thing to have like a different type of effect to it, was already in there in modified that they acquired. And like their timeline was really, really good compared to the Figma one. And therefore I'm kind of sad because they just acquired a good product, and then they didn't use it. And that makes no sense. Like that shouldn't have been the case. So, that's the situation. I didn't have access to the code blocks yet. Have been asked to update the app earlier today. Nothing changed, or at least no models that explain to me how I can get access to the things. So that's one of them. Um, and that's about it. So yeah. But then again, um, based on the current implementation of the motion tab, it's good, but it's nothing that we couldn't do before. And even though it would have been more complex and more of a pain in the ass to achieve, and I kind of showcased that last time. Um, Here, for example, in order to get my rotation to work properly with prototyping, I had to do 45 degrees angles rotation with a lot more steps. And right now, if I just select the fucking thing, go into motion and say, okay, cool. So in the next, I don't know, 500 millisecond, one amount, we don't really care. We just have an animation in there that is not a position thing, but it's a rotation. And for like everything is going to take 360 and it's going to take 1200 millisecond in total with a linear fashion. And is just gonna be that's gonna be it. And now I don't need to have all of these other things underneath because it doesn't make any fucking sense. So that's an improvement of quality of life, but that's probably the only thing. Like everything else that I've seen that I know could be like added um as a motion just doesn't make a lot of sense. And specifically I haven't seen a way to trigger motion on click or to trigger on hover or so on. So the only way that I have seen that this could be an option is to have a component that is duplicated where you have option one and option two, and then on hover, you create the animation. But alone, like right now, if I already had to do that, then I would just do the entire thing with a prototype because it's working. But yeah, so again, as I've been mentioning before, I think it's the same thing as Figma releasing new features like every time, meaning that they are creating something that is really good, but the implementation is shit, and it's sad that it's shit because it could have been so good. It could have been so much better than what we currently have if they just had like duplicated what they acquired. Like that's basically the thing. Like they both modify and then they didn't use modify entirely, and that's weird. Um, and they are missing some teeny tiny things that I'm like, ah, yeah, that's a quality of life improvement that I would love to see, but it's not like a life changing feature that I need to have. It's just like, well, it's fine, it's okay. Like if we can have it, we can have it. If we can't have it, I'm okay with it. But yeah, um, um, so yeah. Other than that, shaders are interesting, but not good enough because they are not animated and they kind of need to. And most of the thing that I'm seeing is that, oh yeah, they're not animated, but they are animatable through the motion tab. But you can't really do the same thing as a motion like based motion shaders. They are not responsive or responding to cursor just yet, so you can't like move your cursor around and have some effects happening. So that's a weird thing again. Um, the the shaders are fine, but welcome back, number two. Um, I don't think there is any other features that they have announced that I'm like, oh yeah, that's so good. That I've tried at least that is like groundbreaking, and I wish I would have had that before. Um, but yeah, the feature is fine. I will probably just not use it for uh yes, that's how things work. Um, for the next 6 months, I guess I'm probably not gonna use the motion tab, or at least not as much as I wish I had. Um, but then if they add some jiggly physics, if they add proper point management, like if you have an SVG shape and you want to morph it into another SVG shape, like that transition is something that you want to have. And yeah, yeah, it's exactly as every other Figma feature that I have released since 2024. Basically, since they've said, "Oh yeah, we have AI now," which is kind of sad. But that's basically what happened. It's just like, well, all right. Oh yeah, no, that feature is also the other one that I've tried, and it's not good. The plugin maker, the the make plugin, or the basically the make shader is the same thing, but like if you have the need for specific plugins, search the store or search the community first, because there is the plugin in question in the community. Like there is for sure. And on stage, they said, let me create a plugin to create a viable waveform for audio, like viable bar, so that it represents like audio waveform and so on. And it's like, if you just look for waveform as a plugin, it's the first one, and it's good, and it does the exact same thing, and you didn't need to use AI to create the thing. So that's the that's the whole point for me. It's just like the presentation has been, please use our credits, because it's free for now, but it's gonna be a pain in the ass in your wallet soon, but we don't want to tell you that. So please use our AI credits right now. And then uh, anything that would have been easy to do by hand, please use the agent to burn your credits as well, so that you can, or you would have the need to buy more credits. And I'm like, oh, god damn. So yeah, so the plugin maker is working but not working. It doesn't have access to things that are like internal to Figma, which makes sense for security reasons, but also I ask it to create my plugin that I've been trying to build but can't, because it touched some internal Figma endpoints that I don't have access to. Um, and it's just, I'm just sad about it. Same thing. It could have been great. Uh, but it's also like limiting what people are going to do. And so at the end of the day, creating a plugin when you just need something, why not look for the community first and then create a plugin if you can't find it? Yes. The thing that they had in the demo in the chats was that company created something. Have fun with it. That company created something that is like specific to them, and they wanted a presentation and a visual representation of the F1 tracks. That makes sense. That's plugged to like uh real data with the real spreadsheets with the information about the circuits and the tracks of the F1 races and so on. So that makes sense. And they needed a plugin, not really, but they needed a plugin to get the information through and generate some tracks, SVGs ish, with different designs and so on. Interesting, but not. um, you know, uh, not necessary. Like you could have done that with the sheet plugin that already exists, and you didn't need to use like the agents to generate it. So yeah. Um, yeah. Also, that is also true. I said also twice. I do think that if you had the ability to just plug your own key, like if you are paying Anthropic or Codex or whatever, and you have an API key, yeah, you can just use that, and that would be great. And so you kind of can with the MCP, but not as well. And then out of nowhere, Framer makes an update, and you can connect whatever CLI that you are using. If you already have like an AI harness that is good, like Pi, for example, you can just plug it in, and it will work with Framer. And the Framer plugin is really good. And then the AI tokens and credits within the files that you have are linked to the subscription that is on the file in question. So if you are in the free tier or in the paid tier, you have 1,000 credits per month that you can use. If you go into the higher tier in the plans of Framer, you have like 3,000 credits or 2,000 credits and so on. Like it goes up. But it's just like it's in-house credits. But if you don't want to use like their in-house credits, you can just plug in your CLI and then you're done. And then you pay with your own subscription. So for me, with Cloud Code and like Cloud subscription, I can just plug it in and then work on Framer with the Framer plugin, which is pretty good. So that's a good thing. Um, it depends on what. Actually, in the current market, Codex is better at code than Claude, and Claude is better at reasoning. So at times, uh, so when you need something that has like a bit of complexity, you're gonna go through Claude, and when you need to implement said thing, it's gonna be easier to go through Codex, or GPT-5.5. The reason for this is that, I mean, the recommendation and the reason why we are recommending this is Codex as an output price-based system is going to cost less than Claude, even though the outputs quality are roughly the same. So if you have the ability to get Claude to create the plan and then Codex to execute the plan, then that's going to be good. Fable is out. Fable is Sonnet 5. That's what it is. It's the same thing as last time where they said we need to not release this model because it's too dangerous, and then 3 days later they just release a new model that is as good but with guardrails. Yeah. I For me that uh model not being released is a proof that they don't know shit. Like they don't want to win, and it's just the open source Chinese labs are just going to 100% distill this thing and get it running on your device in about 5 months for sure. Like that's to me that's a given. So we'll see. But then again, like it's very American of playing the victim, specifically from Dario and the Anthropic team, of saying we should all be careful. Our model is so dangerous. We should really put guardrails on it. And then you put guardrails on it, and then they're like, oh, you shouldn't have guardrailed us. You should have stopped the others because we are the good guys. Like, fuck you. I no. Like, you can't ask for regulation and then be annoyed by the regulation that you have asked for. Like, that's no, that doesn't go through. So yeah, that's that is the current system. That's the thing. So overall, I think Fable is supposed to be unlocked based on what we have read. It is currently only available for a very specific list of vendors in the US specifically, but yeah, it's gonna come back tomorrow, basically. And it's gonna come back as uh, a thinking plan without the code. I think that's what they have said, what I've read at least, where it's just like, yeah, we're gonna give it to you again, but it's just like the thing that you want to use it for, it's not gonna be available. So you're gonna be able to plan with Fable, and then when you need a code, you need to go through Sonnet 5. But every time, like I've been using 4.6, and it's okay. Inside of Xcode, we only have access to 4.5, and it's pretty good. It's almost better than 4.6 at times because it's dumber, and therefore it goes straight to the point. And there is no like fluffy reasoning about everything. It's just like, all right, cool. You asked me to do that, let me just do that. No questions. So yeah. What's your questions? No problem. Um, I see a project I can bid on that matches my skills as well. 6 cards with glassy 3D. Tempted to bid on it. The Thinking Guys project. The Thinking Guys projects would be stronger for my portfolio, but he is still thinking. Bid on it. Again, like, why not have 10 clients? If you can. Like, if you can sustain 10 different clients, why not? Like, it's fine. If you can only sustain 3, take 3. But right now you're at 0. So bid on it. Just bid on it. Maybe you get it. If you get it, you get paid while the other person is thinking. You know, no harm done. And if um and if you bid on it and you win the bid, I don't know exactly how that works. But let's say you win the bid, and then you get that project specifically, that 3D glassy cards that is up your alley, and it looks better in your portfolio, or it looks okay in your portfolio compared to the other one. And then the thinking person is coming back to you next week, but you already signed a contract with the other project. Then you just tell them, cool. Then let's sign this thing or pay me, and then I will get to you as soon as I have the time. That's it. So, as I kind of mentioned, I am speed. I just go fast when it comes to project because I don't want to linger on things that I could have taken like way less time. So, in order to do that, I got better and faster at everything that I do in design specifically. And so, not really, but kinda. One of the clients that I had a potential project with some months ago, we had a chat. They explained things in the call that we had, and then they said, like, I gave them my prices and I saw their faces, but I was thinking maybe they would be willing to, we never know. We never know. But I knew that it was too expensive for them, but that's fine. But in the time that it took them to go from let me ask my co-founder, and then just have a chat about it, and then we'll see if we work with you. I almost finished the entirety of the thing that I was supposed to do for them, um, for that price. And that took like 2 days for them to come back to me when the project was supposed to take a month. So if they just said yes, they would have received the final work like the next day. And for the clients that I know, like the clients that I've worked with in the past, that I know will pay me, that I know will work with me in the future, it's just so much easier for me to get the discovery call and then start working almost instantly. And then, like, when they say uh, yes to the invoice, basically the next day they're like, here is the first version. Like an hour later, after they have signed the thing, for example, it's like, yeah, that's the first version. That's the thing that we have. What do you think? Give me some feedback. And then I wait. So that's the thing. If you want speed, the I would say the best thing that you have, specifically for Figma, but for any other tool, is to get uh like timed exercises for you. So for myself, when I did the morning warm-ups that were supposed to be roughly 10 minutes of using Figma to a level that is not supposed to happen, it just helped me to just get faster. The other thing is repetition. So you know how to do a button. Just do 100 buttons in the next 2 days. And it's just going to make sure that you know exactly which shortcuts you need to use, how you need to create the thing, what is the setup, what is the best way for you to create a button. Button is really basics, but it makes sense. And so you will probably find a way to just get a smidge faster. So if I go back there just for the split second, if I'm here and let's say you don't really know how to use Figma, but you say, you know what, let me just create a button. So I have, um, I'm gonna do that the slowest way possible. So I need a frame that frame is going to be somewhere along the line of 48 pixel in height. And in order to get the thing to be pretty good, I'm gonna do 100 pixel in width so that we have a button that is gonna be like okay, right? It's fine. This is named frame, so I'm gonna go check here, double click on that element and call that button, and then press enter and have that thing renamed. From here, I know that I need to have a text layer inside. So I'm gonna take this, put this here, call that button, and then place it by hand, use the red lines to be okay with it, and be good. I realize that this is like too small for the content, so I'm gonna move that up by doing like, I don't know, 18 or 20 point for the font, and then changing that to bold for the sake of the presentation. And then it's not centered, so I'm gonna just go back and recenter it. Cool. So now I have my button thing, and I want this thing to be with a bit of radius. So I'm gonna change the radius to like 8 point, maybe 12 points just to check. And then it needs to have a bit of a different color. So I'm gonna go in there, find a color that matches with me or the thing that I'm trying to do. That's good. And then I need to change that to be a different color because it needs to be readable and so on. And then the spacing that we have on both sides is not good enough. So I'm just gonna move this here, check that it's like 25. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna resize that to 25, and right, 25 is here. That looks better. Cool, good. Now This is not um this is not like the uh this is not the best uh variation of a button, but it works, right? If I just want to create this in under a minute, I just press T, I click, I tap button, and then I press Shift A, change the values there to 25 and 12, if I'm not mistaken. Change the color in the background with, or the color in the background, sorry, my bad. In the background with a color that is predefined in our set, and then change the value of my corners to 12. I'm done. I renamed it. I'm done. So you could have done it with a frame. You could have done it with a rectangle. Like, let's say you had a rectangle that looks like this, and then said, I need a button that is like on top. So on top of this thing, it's going to be the button in question. Select both, Shift A, done. And, you know, that just doing that over and over and over again as the first version is gonna be what in your head is gonna come up to, okay, how can I make the fucking rectangle faster? Like, I don't want to click on this thing. I know that there is a shortcut to do that. So let me just realize that this is R. So now I know my shortcut for the R key is going to create the rectangle. Then the T key is going to do the text and so on. And so you do that over and over and over again until you are faster. So right now you're already on Shift A, which is pretty good. But there is a ton of other things that needs to happen in your habits to make things faster. So it's just, let's say I have um a page like this that you've worked on. The logic here for me is, how can I say that? um I know in advance what is going to be reused when I'm designing it inside of Figma. So for example, here, that header should have been a component. Inside of that header, these things should have been a component, specifically the center parts, because they are reusable of the same thing. Your icons are coming or should be coming from an icon set. And so by doing that and from having that thought process of like how things are set up, you just have to understand that your setup in the beginning is going to be a bit slower than if you do everything without doing the components. But then once you have this thing with components and so on, you can just duplicate the thing, use the same components, and end up with the exact same design and not be like weird about it. It's just like, okay, it's the same thing. It works. I just like, it's fine. No need to do everything. So you've done that for the footer, but that's it. And it should have happened for everything else. So for example, here, I know I have a table to do. I'm going to create a component with the first one, duplicate it, and then once I'm aware that this is like the correct component thing that I wanted to have, I'm going to use master, for example, and then select all of our rows in there without the fade, use master again, link the object so that everything is going to be renamed and replaced in whatever. And now, because my main component is here, let's say I want less space for my numbers, I'm just going to take these two things and then say these two are going to be a bit lower, and this thing is going to fill the container in that direction. I don't want a max width, so we have a max width here. Remove that. So now it fills the thing. You see how better it is? So yeah, faster. That's the thing. And so now, and then don't worry, I'm gonna explain what happened. In there, if I know that this thing is not supposed to be filled, but it's supposed to hug the content, I'm gonna do that here. It's gonna be applied to everything at once, and I don't need to think about it much. It's just like it's faster. So yeah. So let me show you what happened. You have specifically here, like that's one of the stuff that I would do. Um, we're gonna use this one instead. Missy, hi, welcome in. Oh boy, you arrived near the end of the stream, but welcome on. Let's see if you drop. We had one person drop earlier today. Here, for example, I'm thinking about creating a component out of this, right? Are you making it? Damn, sorry, that was close. So because you know that you are gonna create a component out of this, then you're probably gonna need to have uh this as a outside of the page itself, probably. Um, or what I like, whatever you want it to be, but like it could be a thing. In order for me to make it work, I feel like I should probably use the table instead, because this one has icons that are not gonna go through, I think, unless you have true icons. No, you don't. So yeah. So this thing, I need it to be a component. So I'm gonna click here to create a component out of it. Or I can just use master, which is a plugin that I like, and say create component from object. From there, it's gonna create a component and put it above the frame in question so that I can touch it if I need to later. But that also implies and ensure that right here, this component that I just created is now an instance of the main row that we had a second ago. So that's just right here. This is master plugin. It's a paid plugin, but it's great. I love it. And then from here, what I do is I still use the master plugin, and I say I need to select that component. Then I go back into my table right there. I'm going to select all of my rows on the side, and then I'm going to use master again and say link object to target. Because they are already the same thing, it is intelligent enough to recognize that the same layer have different content, and therefore the different content is taking an override or is used as an override from the thing. So now all of these things are using my main components that is right here. And so if I just move it to the side, and let's say for some reason, I'm changing that to red, everything is changing at once because it's a fucking component. But if I know that the alignment is wrong, like here, that thing is not supposed to be filled, it's supposed to be hugging. That thing is supposed to be filling, but it's also not supposed to have a max width, because that doesn't make any fucking sense. These two probably are fine, but like the max width that we have at 80 is not necessarily good. Probably something at 56 would be enough because of the amount of text that would be in there. So that's the thing that I would change. And then all of that is impacted right here. The only thing that needed to be like kind of edited, updated, and so on is probably going to be the title section, because now my columns-based names are not necessarily good. So yeah. Um, and But like that's the type of thing that I would do to make myself go much faster. And at the end of the day, it's just like it's one component that is done. And so if for some reason your clients then say, "Oh, you know what? We don't need the part number at the front. We want it to be at the end, and we want the name first, and then the values and the manufacturer, and then the part names, and then the price, because that makes more sense." That's done. Like I again, no thinking, no wait time, whatever. It's just like, okay, cool, done. So the only thing that I need to do now is just ensure that okay, that name is here because obviously the part number is there, and then I think or there, and then the brand is this thing, I think. That's the order, if I can read Cyrillic, which is not the case. But that's like, eh. So that is a thing that makes sense to me. However, if I go back and now, you have um, things, you just click on the agent stuff and you say there are reused elements in this file or in this view, like the table row and so on. Can you make the proper components for all reused elements in this frame? And then you press enter, and then you wait. And I can go take a shit, come back. It's probably gonna be good. Like it's probably gonna check everything, look for things that are similar enough, and then you know figure out that like, okay, cool, we have a table, we have these two things are going to be components here, probably a component there. You will probably have a component for the bearing ball things, but like that's the ball bearing, the bearing ball, the ball bearing thing, and it's just it's basically that easy. So right now, for example, it's currently working. It has looked at everything and um classify as today is by US time. So right now it is 8 in the morning, if I'm not mistaken, in California, where they kind of work. So yeah, it's probably gonna happen, I don't know, tomorrow for us. But yeah, so while this is working, happening, and so on, I can work on something else. I can keep working on the other stuff because this bitch is just taking ages. Because everyone is just taking ages. You know, we're going in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Everyone's dropping. I haven't rigged the thing today. Let me do that. Oh, I have something for you. I had an information which I don't know if you. Goddamn, that was close. Um, goddamn, that was close twice. I just saw. I'm seeing things with a delay. I'm not making it. There's no way. Um, I saw your pasta TikTok. You popped on my feed, and did you know that you have comments disabled? Is that on purpose? Um, I see. Yeah, so your comments are disabled on your post. So, um, yeah, I was kind of sad because I was about to say something and then I noticed that the comments were not unable. So, you know, sad, sad. So yeah, so you can enable them. Make sure that when you are doing like a new post or something, at the end uh before you showcase the thing, like let me show you. Bitch, what the fuck? There. Um 30. Sorry, my bad. That's a crazy thing. Um if I create something, yeah, I know. We don't care. Like a minute. Um in here, you make sure that in the more option and so on, you have comment enables and in there same thing. So that's gonna be in the more option if I'm not mistaken. Make sure that it's in there. Yeah, I know I don't have a camera. I know, I know. Anyways, cats be good. Um it's a native things from Mac OS, not available in Europe. But yeah, you can do that, and it's gonna be enabled by default after the fact. So if you enable them once, then you should be good. But make sure check on your next post just in case. Um, it's gonna be okay. So, no problem. This is taking ages. Like I would be done by now. Or I would still be taking a shit. So it depends. It depends. It depends on what I have to do, you know. But I would probably be done there because it's been like checking visibility and planning things. Um, yeah, I would be done. Like I think right now it's not getting the proper list of things. Yeah, I do fiber. I do fiber. Um, yeah, that's that's the thing. It happened to me as well, so don't worry about it. Like the step that I would have to take while this is happening is ensuring that you have icon list, icon uh, components based thing, just so that I can then relink them. Like that would be the most important thing. But yeah, I think you're dropping slow, but like not slow in the right direction. Like that's not. Are you gonna just make it? No. Everyone is just dropping in the exact same spot. That's crazy. That is crazy. I'm not making it. That's what I know. I'm not making it. Um God damn. So officially, Figma is currently creating the components. It's working on these two. It's working on these two. And so as you can tell right now, which is a very bad thing, it has duplicated the content uh, for everything, I think. So it noticed that table row is something, and so that table row is an alternative thing, so that's good. My main component is there. This one is now the same icon for everything because we don't have the icon stuff. These elements at the top are the same icon as well, but the text is different, so that's interesting. I don't know if these two, I mean, should have been transferred into a component, but it's not the case. But nonetheless, like these buttons should have been also remain like switched as components and so on. But it's done, and I didn't have to do anything about it too much. And so from there, for now, again, because right now you have a client that is asking you for less work, you could just say, we can do it for cheaper if necessary, but you're just not going to have the full design thing. And so from here, again, if you just say, I need to design the next screen, then that's it. Like, we'll see what it does. I don't know exactly what it's going to do, but yeah. Yeah, it hasn't done some of the micro stuff because of behavior, but like right now, asking it to generate the next screen is a pretty good thing because that way we have um like we'll see if it uses the components that it just created. Because that should be the case. And if that's the case, then that's pretty cool. But that's probably not going to be the case. We're gonna see. It's probably gonna be there and you know just working, doing things. Um, but if you just need that as a basic element, and your client is asking for something that is very easy, or at least that is very simple, that you deem is very easy, then maybe that's all that you need to do. Um, yeah, I agree with that statement. I am 100% with you on you would be better if you just learn to do it manually first and then letting AI doing the things. But also, in the current state in which you are, in the fact that the client that is currently thinking is asking you for less money than or asking you to do the job for less. Do the job for less by not doing the job and just use AI that does the job for you, and then fix the three things afterwards, and then you're done. You know, like I had like a discussion with the staff at the bakery that I'm going to all the time, and basically we were saying, well, the clients that are disrespectful, the one that don't say hello when they are like good morning, whatever, when you are entering the shop, and they are asking for some very specific cakes. They are getting the disgusting one. They are getting the one that have taken a hit in the transports. They are getting the small parts, the small slices of cakes. Because just like say hi when you enter the shop, and maybe that works. So same thing. Like if that guy person, I don't know, is requesting for you to do the same job as an intern, for like $200, and even then they have to think about it. Goddamn. Like, no, it's not happening. So, yeah. It seems to have reused the navigation. It has a new thing here. We have the tables there. We have pagination, other things at the bottom, which I don't understand because I can't read. But you have like this thing. And so from here, and it's not done yet, but it's probably close to done. These chevrons needs to change. Layout is okay. That thing is weird, so there is a need for a reorganization of these two things so that this thing is pretty much floating properly on top of the content. Um, and then uh, and then yeah, we're done. So, you know, like if that's what was necessary to be done, then then we good. And from that thing, same, like right here, I can just edit that component or create a component out of this, remap the other three, and then I'm done. So, like again, it's you can do things very easily, very simply, very fast, and that might be just AI do it for you at some point. But as you mentioned, and I agree with you, it would be much better if you learned how to do this by hand in the first place, so that you can just know exactly how to do stuff. But if you are short on time and if you don't have the ability to get paid as much as you want to be paid or as much as you need to be paid, then using the tools that are at our disposals to just do things is really good. One of the you're you're Russian, you probably have access to this. There is a version of UI8 that is Russian, and therefore it's free. You don't know about it. But UI8 contains a ton of resources that, if I go back there, that if for some reason, like I don't know, I'm looking for uh just a UI kit or just for mockups or something. Let's say just a UI kit. And your client is coming in and says, we have something for automotives. Like that's the thing. That's the project. Cool. Um, you just go through, you find the format that works with you. So for you, it's going to be Figma, for example. And then you also want to have probably something like a desktop would have been a better option, but you know, whatever. You find this and you're like, cool, this is a car rental dashboard. The client is a car rental project, and that's good enough. Well, you can just use that. Like it's not going to cost you anything. You have dark mode and light mode. You only need to go in and say, okay, cool. So the client specificity in that project is that they have that thing that other people don't have. Cool. Let me just work on that thing. And that's it. And you don't need to work about it or to think about it too much. It's just like, yeah, I uh I needed a dashboard thing. I got a dashboard thing. Done. And it costed me 59 bucks if I bought it once, or if I get into the all access option, it cost me 600 bucks or 700 bucks once, and then I don't have to think about anything else. Or for the year, I can just pay like 179, and then I have access to all of the thing that they have. So I have like 10 downloads per day. And yeah, like, like if a client is asking me for a SaaS marketing platform, and I'm like, yeah, 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 for sure. We have that. We can uh we can absolutely do that. And then you just send them this. You change the color, you change the spacings, you know. Like if you are low on time and you need to do things, templates are good. That's all I'm saying. And again, because Russian, you have access to the entirety of UI8 for free somewhere that I don't know about. Never heard of it. I think it's on VK somewhere. Um, I mean, I know it's on VK somewhere. And I also know there is another website that contains everything. You just need to have an account, and you can connect with VK. So that's why I have access. But most of the time, like most of the one that I have, I bought them. Like I have receipts. So, it's yeah. Um so again, if your goal is to get like faster, that is good. Good to know. Like you just create the manual components when you know the components that you need to have. As always, the rule from myself is if it's used more than once, it's a component. There is no question about it. Like if you know that you're creating something that you're going to reuse at some point, it's a component. Just make a component out of it right away. If it's a bit of a one-time thing, there you go. That's fine. As soon as you need a secondary version of this same thing, component. That's it. Even if you didn't do it the first day, but you just now you're like, okay, cool, I need this thing again. Component. That's it. Just make it a habit. And so going back to the thought process, it's just like if it's a habit for you to create a components right away, then you're good. If it's a habit for you as well to create like an auto layout frame uh right away, yeah. Um and if the goal is to get how to get good at UI, it's just practice. There is no there is no other thing. It's challenging yourself with things that feels a bit too complex for your skills right now, and then recreating said things. So if you have like something that feels daunting, but not too much, but kind of, but like you don't know exactly how they did this thing specific, just try it out, figure it out, and then do that again and again and again and again. And then one day, your task is to say, oh yeah, that thing that I saw 3 weeks ago, let me see if I can do it from memory. Like let me see if I can just recreate this entire thing that I had from memory. And then if you can, then you got better. That's it. But it's a daily practice thing. You need to be working in the thing all the times. And it again, it can be anything in terms of practice. So one of the examples that I have, I'm gonna go there for right here, is these badges. That's the thing that pops in my head just because it's simple. Visually speaking, they are pretty cool. They are simple. The background itself is taking a lower intensity as the border, and then they just have like a drop shadow that gives them that kind of height effect. And I like this, and therefore I just recreated them to decide for myself and see if it's like if it made sense, if I could recreate that simply, and then it worked. So, like that's the thing. And then I did the same thing. I was like, you know what? I do like these save button and cancels and approve and so on. And let me see if I can have something like this. Is this something that would work for what I'm trying to achieve? And then I tried and it worked. And that's basically what you do all the times. It's just like here, I like the effect that they had on the background itself. So that's an inner shadow. And then they have an icon in the center, which has a drop shadow. And I said, you know what? Let me try it out. Same thing. Like the only thing that I missed and forgot about here is the fact that they have a highlight at the bottom that I didn't put in place. And I should have. But that's just adding an inner shadow, like the one that we had at the top is just duplicated. And it's said to be, instead of being at 24, it's going to be at minus 24. instead of being black, it's going to be pure white, so it highlights the bottom. And that's it. And I'm done. And now I know. So next time that I want to create something that looks similar to this, it's going to take me like 5 seconds because I know how to do this. I already knew, but again, for the sake of the explanation here, um, it's like I saw this, it's pretty cool. I can now like do other things, and maybe it needs to be a button, maybe it needs to be something different, like whatever. It's just options. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Um, and it's basically that easy. It's just ensuring that you understand what needs to happen. Sometimes it's very simple, but you know, if you have a component that feels daunting and kind of complex, figure it out. Just pixel perfect. You put it side by side. You try to see if you can recreate it. Maybe you need to make some teeny tiny adjustments, like sizing, spacing is not necessarily as good, but uh, you know, just test it out. And you do that on a daily basis, multiple times a day. And with time and practice, you get better. But that's the only method that will make sense and will work with time, just because it's simple enough and it's stable enough that because you are challenging yourself, you only have one option, and that option is to get better. So yeah, to do that, it's good. And in the same time, I know that Gasface said a sarcastic remark earlier as UX and UI is the same job anyways, which was not true, but is true. Um, it kind of is true in the sense that basically a good, like a good UX designer is going to be like good, but that's it, and can be good. But a good UI designer needs to be a good UX designer as well. So when you are good at UI, you should probably be good at UX, and therefore the job is the same. That's what I mean. But just UX is fine. Just UI isn't fine. Like you need UX as a bundle. So that's the thing. Anyways, I need to send you somewhere because I have things to do. And John is long. So we're gonna go pirating things. We're gonna go be pirates. But yeah, as always, thanks for being here. Highly appreciated. If you have a question and not live, as always, go on to Discord. If you have a big ass list of perfumes, use that. And if you have a list of links, do that as well. We're gonna see if we die in the next few days because, yeah, I disagree with that last statement, Gasface, in the sense that the UX designers do not need the UI whatsoever to be good. The UI designer, however, doesn't have a choice. Like it's just, yeah, it needs to. If the UI designer that is just a UI designer doesn't know how the app is supposed to work, then we end up with things that are really bad. So we tend to avoid it. Anywho, um, you know the drill. It's fine. Eat something, drink some things, be kind to each other, and I see you all on Friday at 1 p.m. Paris time. And yeah, take care of yourself. Bye.